go. Thank you.
Charge a little bit.
Yell at Ted as you go for like walking. Yeah, I'm going to. Okay.
Okay, try again.
Okay, Ralph, Tiffany, can you hear us? Yes, okay, terrific. Thank you everyone for your patience as we work through some technical difficulties. It is now 6:41 p.m. on October 14th, 2021. This is a committee of the whole meeting of the Oak Park North Forest High School Board of Education. Bill, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Costi.
Here.
Dr. Mohammed. Here. Mr. Arthur.
Here.
Mr. Henry.
Here.
Mr. Martieri.
Here.
Ms. Harris. And Mr. Sisani.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so we are meeting this evening. While we do have four board members present physically, we are still meeting virtually. And this is a result of the disaster declaration that Governor Pritzker made back in, it was June of 2020, if I'm not mistaken. Right. So our first business is public comments. So we're trying something a little new tonight. Given significant community interest in tonight's presentation concerning the freshman curriculum restructuring, we made two changes to our public comment protocol. And we did this to ensure that the interested community members can have full access to the board tonight for purpose of public comment. So our first what's the right word? First thing we're doing, we've introduced new technology to allow for public comment to be made live. So for those who have signed up for public comment, we will unmute you in the order in which you signed up to allow you to make public comments. For those who sent comments via email, those comments will be shared with the board and appended to our meeting minutes. However, they will not be read into the record. Just I would note that anyone who did submit public comment via email was also notified that they could sign up for live public comment and sent the sign up link. Second, board policy 2:230, which is entitled public participation in Board of Education meetings, and that governs public comment, allows for up to 30 minutes total public comment. However, the board has decided to suspend application of this part of the policy tonight. So all who signed up to make public comment will be able to do so. The board is interested in community input concerning the freshman curriculum restructuring and does not wish to inhibit or truncate active participation by community members. Additionally, there will be a webinar on October 26, 2021 to answer any questions submitted by the community. A link to submit questions can be found on the front page of our website in the top scrolling portion of the page. Community questions for the webinar are due by 5 p.m. on October 19th, 2021. So general instructions regarding public comments. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per commenter. And if you feel that your concern has been adequately addressed by a previous comment, it is perfectly acceptable to so indicate rather than make additional public comments. We ask that you may comment only on issues relevant to the board. Public comment is not a dialogue with the board, rather it's an opportunity to make your voice heard on topics that matter to you. We will attempt to respond to any questions raised in public comments. However, please ensure that we have your contact information so that we may do so. And should you prefer to email questions to the board, you may always do so at our board email, which is boe@oprfhs.org. So let's try our live public comments.
And Gina's joined us.
And Gina, if you want to state your name, please.
Gina Harris, board member.
Thank you.
So before we jump into public comments, I have just received a message that there is some real echoing going on for folks who are listening at home. I don't know if that's something we can help with, but I want to make sure I mention that before we proceed with comments.
Take a look as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and if folks could please keep us apprised as that waxes or wanes, so we can figure out if we've done what's needed to address it. I would also note, sorry, Greg, before we jump in, I forgot to mention, we are going a little bit out of order with some of our agenda items after public comment, so I just want to make people who are interested in hearing about those items aware of the change in order. And this is to ensure that we are addressing the public's topics of most interest to the public is at the top of our agenda, but also to accommodate guests that we have here tonight who will be speaking on various topics. And then we will go to the insurance item. And again, this is to accommodate guests. So we can begin with public comment whenever we're ready. Thank you.
All right, the first commenter is Dr. Ralph Lee. Dr. Lee, your mic has been unmuted, so if you'd like to make your comment.
So we can begin public comment whenever we're ready. Thank you. All right, the first
Are you ready to Dr. Lee?
Dr. Lee, your mic has been unmuted, so if you'd like to make your comment.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear about, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I find it hard to hear, but I hear about 5 or 6 people talking at once.
Dr. Lee, if you are on YouTube, please sign off of YouTube or lower the volume on YouTube, and then we will be able to hear you.
Am I supposed to be on YouTube or on Zoom? Can you hear me?
No, please only use Zoom for the better.
I hear several people at once. I find it hard to hear. I hear about 5 or 6 people talking at once.
Dr. Lee, if you are on YouTube, please sign off of YouTube or lower the volume on YouTube.
Am I supposed to be on YouTube or on Zoom? Can you hear me?
Please only use Zoom for the better.
I hear several people at once.
Mr. Lee, you should not be on YouTube. Please mute YouTube.
I have turned off YouTube.
Dr. Lee, are you still connected to us?
And we'll circle back.
Dr. Lee, we'll come back to you and we'll move on to our second public commenter.
Melanie McQueen.
Melanie McQueen.
Laura Husby.
Laura Husby.
I don't know if you can see the chat, Sarah, but Melanie responded in the chat that she's there and still muted.
Okay,
She's
oh,
unmuted
so
now.
if folks could also please put their name that they signed up for public comments as their Zoom name, that would be helpful. Melanie, we are going to unmute you now. Sorry about that. So she's Kumba Kids?
Yes, she is.
So are we muting Laura and removing?
We'll go back to Melanie, yeah. So Kumba Kids should be unmuted.
All right, can you guys see me now or hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, we can, Melanie.
Okay. I'm not understanding why why this is showing. Can anyone give me quick direction on how to take this off?
That appears
Because I
to be,
just was on this with CCB and this did not happen.
this appears to be a picture that's associated with your Zoom profile. You have a camera that you can activate, then it should take that off the screen.
I do. Okay, do you see me now? You see me as a person now?
No, I'm afraid not.
Control's been disabled because I'm on here.
Honestly, all I can do is mute or unmute you. I don't see access to the camera.
Because I see myself. Always display, I have it on always display. It should not be a picture. Anyway, I'll get started, but you should see me.
We can hear you fine.
Okay. Good evening, school board members, faculty, administration, community members, and friends. My name is Melanie McQueen, and I am the co-president of African American Parents for Purposeful Leadership in Education, along with my other co-presidents, Licia Moore. We are here in favor of detracking. Why? Because Harvard, by example, has one curriculum, and it's just for the extraordinary student. So why not us? Tonight, we are gathered here to discuss the new curriculum on detracking. And detracking, I've heard, is opposed by some because it suggests dumbing down or a watered down education to meet African American children where they are at. This is unfortunately a popular way of thinking because the majority of African American students, mostly males, are in college prep courses. The data has shown that the students in honors tracks and students in college prep tracks are ultimately the same. How are they the same? I leave it to you to pay attention to the data that will be presented by Dr. Greg Johnson tonight. The achievement gap directly affects our African American males, and it is a multifaceted issue. You have the social and environmental factors on our high school campus, peer groups, both positive, negative, and racist, undiscovered educational aspirations and lowered expectations stemming from pre-K. Home environment, either dysfunctional or overachievers. So what? Why do we care that these are the backgrounds that our kids come from and these are the environments that they're in? We care because this institution is developing intelligence in all children. We want to hear that it's a good thing for all kids. Well, no. It will finally begin to level the education landscape that African American children and children of immigrants, and in this context, immigrants does not just mean the Latino and Latinx community. that will allow a more complete view of discussion and world issues and points of view and culture in our classes. Why do minority students underperform? They underperform because tests rarely reflect or parallel their upbringing. Page 98 of Addressing the Achievement Gap says, minority children underperform in school and on tests of academic abilities because the tests rarely reflect or parallel their upbringing. My summary of this statement is, if I put a non-African American student on the west side of Chicago and I ask them to order chicken, they will fail. They will not understand that you order a G-pan fried hard with lemon pepper and mild sauce on the side. They will not even understand what a G-pan is. We are expected to pass an intelligence test that does not capitalize our strengths. In closing, we have to stop the harm of African American students. We have to stop the segregation and teaching that they don't have a high aptitude of learning ability. We have asked for detracking. We have a board that understands the assignment. We have students that will also understand the assignment and take our school report card to data that the state has never seen. We ask that the opposing parties and anyone else that's still on the fence about detracking, we ask you to stand with us. And we also ask you to pay attention to the data that's shown tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll go back to Laura Husby.
Hi, I'm here.
Great, you can hear you, thank you.
You ready for me?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Laura Huseby. I have a freshman and a junior students currently at OPRF and a sixth grade student as well. I am a believer and proponent of strong public schools. There is absolutely nothing better than a strong public education system. I have taught high school English and I have a doctorate as well. I am also a proud public school product. My family moved to Oak Park River Forest for the high quality schools. Public schools partner with parents to provide education to children. It is this terrific, strong partnership that makes our public school system and our country so great. I want to briefly speak to my junior's experience with an Honors for All curriculum experiment. As a freshman entering Oak Park River Forest High School, my current junior did not enjoy science, did not have an aptitude for science, and was frankly concerned about having to even take a science class. Well, he took several other honors classes, and though he placed into honors biology, as a family, we decided that what was best for him was to take a non-honors biology class. While we were never told this officially, at some point during the year, we learned that this teacher was teaching honors biology to both the honors class and the non-honors class. This class was extraordinarily difficult. The instructor gave the non-honors 14-year-old freshman class Johns Hopkins University genetics worksheets. Both my son and I pulled several all-nighters working to try to get him just a passing grade in this class. His first semester grade was terrible. Other students in this non-honors class were dropping out of the class. Some even dropped out of high school because obviously high school was simply just too hard. This was a terrible way and a terrible experiment to get students excited about learning and science, a real lost opportunity. Now, as my junior starts talking to colleges, he's already been told by one college not to even bother applying because that non-honors freshman biology class grade. Please, I implore you as a board, do not take away a parent's right to make choices for their student based on their child's strengths and weaknesses. Give us the opportunity to choose a non-honors class for our student if we feel that that's what they are personally capable of handling. We parents know best our child's strengths and weaknesses, and we may want to choose a non-honors class because that's how our student learns, or the difficulty of the classes he or she may already be enrolled in. I implore you, please do not take away our ability as parents by detracking all classes freshman year and making them all honors for all. Thank you very much for listening to my comments. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Do you want to go back to Dr. Lee? Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Lee.
Yes,
You are, if you'd like to make your comments now?
yes, I would.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Can I start now?
Yes.
My name is Ralph Lee. I've been a resident of Oak Park for 43 years, during 16 years of which I was a chemistry and physics teacher at OPRF, and 8 years of which I was a member of the school board. 3 of my daughters and 1 granddaughter are graduates of OPRF. I'm here tonight to indicate I'm sorry, something is happening on my screen and
We can hear you fine, Dr. Lee. Just keep speaking.
just 1 moment.
Was I asked to be unmuted?
I'm here tonight to indicate my support of your current effort to revise the freshman curriculum and to share with you my understanding of the single most damaging aspect that exists within the structure of our 3-tiered tracking system. I believe that we have institutionalized the system in which we deny those students with the lowest set of academic skills the ability to find out what it is like to sit in a classroom in which there are a majority of students who habitually do their homework, or to sit in a classroom in which a high percentage of students have enough self-confidence to show disapproval of unkind actions toward others. We have failed to recognize that some of the most important things a student can learn are learned from other students. I've taught all levels in our science curriculum. One semester I taught a class called Freshman Science Survey. The class consisted of 21 students who were placed in this class on the basis of one single criterion. Each student had failed Biology 101 in the previous semester. 20 of the students were Black and 1 student was white. There were a couple of bullies in the class, which I did not find unusual. You can readily imagine who the target was. The small white student, of course. I was able to deal with the aggression, but I was even more concerned by the passive acceptance of this bullying behavior by the rest of the class. In my opinion, this mass acceptance of unkindness is a primary characteristic of those who tend to have low self-esteem. I believe we played a role in creating that image. In another type of experience, I frequently used the chalkboard. There was 1 student who discovered a way to have fun. When my back was turned to the class, he would rise and drop his pants. Now, why would I tell you this story? Because such things almost never happened in regular honors or AP classes. Now, what was different? Well, these students in that class knew that their mere presence in this class was evidence of their failure. Why pretend to act like a good student when there was amusement to be had by living up to low expectations? These incidents are not typical of all basic level courses, But I chose them because it was a more efficient way to communicate the nature of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Woods.
Mr. Lazzuzo? Mr. Lazzuzo? Are you available?
I think I'm unmuted now, or am I there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me know when to begin.
You can begin now. Thank you.
Thank you. Education is complicated. Children are inherently unique, brilliant, and dynamic. Human nature suggests we will have certain strengths and weaknesses, and we mature at different times in our lives. To only offer singular curriculum for all ninth graders is anything but brave or bold. It's bland, afraid, uninspiring, and limiting. The first section of OPRF's own board policy document under the title Human Dignity says, quote, each individual shall be considered as unique with individual strengths, talents, skills, and shortcomings. What it does not say is we should reduce options for our children and take 1 year out of 4 precious years and offer a single level of coursework regardless of a child's academic maturity and interest as they enter the 9th grade. OPRF is currently providing access, flexibility, choice, parent input, opportunities to families. In doing so, OPRF's current curriculum is honoring the spirit of its own policy and the human condition. We claim to be an evidence-based organization. However, when it comes to tracking, the evidence is mixed at best. And frankly, that is being generous. We all know deep down that tracking will help some children and will likely hold others back. When our school offers up research that they claim is clear and definitive, but in reality is not an apples to apples comparison, it highlights a culture that lacks integrity. This is called the confirmation bias, whereby someone interprets data just to confirm the preconceived belief. We all do it. I've done it. Instead of letting the data lead, OPRF is allowing the conclusion to lead. The closest thing we have to an actual real-world example is Evanston Township High School. People scoff when people say Evanston and say, why do we want to be compared? They have tried something similar to OPRF's plan. In fact, there is an article about Evanston on our own OPRF's website. The recent achievement data coming out of Evanston is sad, disturbing, and should act as a warning. Our children are unique, wonderful, quirky, beautifully different. Everyone knows this. Our brave teachers just want to teach. Many in our community once thought our school welcomed diversity, which at one time included diversity of thought. Such openness of debate is now broken at OPRF. If we actually want to help our students grow and close the opportunity gap, we need honest conversations about why the gap exists in the first place before students come to OPRF. We need to expand community-based early childhood services and prepare to support our children's differences, not treat them as if they are all the same. We're not. We need solutions-based school community conversations focused on better outcomes for our children instead of politics and buzzwords. Just imagine if instead of spending years and years worth of time and resources on unproven strategies, we offered longer class time, early reading intervention, free summer school, increased enrichments, looked at data with integrity, offered mentorship, our kids would have been much better off. I thank you for your time, and go Huskies.
Thank you, Mr. Lazzuzo.
Mr. Giovanni. Or Mr. Giovanni, sorry. we don't see that number, I'm sorry. So we're gonna go on to the next right now.
So what's the name now, Giovanetti?
No. Louis Giovanetti.
Okay, so Louis Giovanetti, if we're just missing you, can you please put it in a chat that what your Zoom name is, but in the meantime, we're gonna move on to the next public commenter.
So it's Dot Lamsheed Roche.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I am here.
Can hear you, thank you, can we get it anytime?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Dot, and I am here in support of the freshman curriculum restructuring. Our oldest child will be a freshman next year at OPRF. Under the current structure, he would be tracked into honors, but the outcome of tracking students is racially segregated classrooms, which was my own experience at OPRF. It's not okay. It's not what we value as a community. I feel that all students will benefit from collaborating in classrooms with all of their peers. Another reflection I've had as this conversation has come about is my own years as a teacher of high school freshmen, teaching both honors and regular world studies. I experienced students rising to high expectations in those challenging courses, and also watched students feeling stifled, limited, and bored when they didn't have the same chance. Teachers are skilled and trained in methods of differentiation and meeting students exactly where they are. We can and should create a system rooted in access, not exclusion, a system based on opportunity, not barriers. Welcoming all students into the OPRF community with engagement and rigorous content is indeed starting off on the right foot. They will show us what they can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Bercy Hines.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Hines.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having this event. I just want to say that I've been in the village for over 31 years, and I've seen curriculum come, change, remain the same. I just want to let the community know that this is not just for the African American community, but this is for everyone. Not all students can just go to Harvard or Yale. We must have a curriculum. We must have a school that focuses on everyone. In my 31 years in the beginning, I could see that it was just focused on one thing, just straight. As we progressed on, we made changes. We have the equity program, and we have made changes. We have COVID here, so we have to really change. But I want to ask the community to join in and let's work together. Let's not go backwards. Let's not just say we want to remain the same. I know parents want input into the curriculum and want input into the changes, but let's let our professionals, that our administrators work out things, and then we join together. Let's come to the table. Let's come to the table and work with them. So I would like to, I'm glad to see, sorry for the noise in the background. I'm glad to see changes. We have to change. If we stay like we did 31 years ago at Oak Park and River Forest, we're a sad group. We won't make any progress. We won't have any honor students or anything else. So let's come together, all communities, regardless of your ethnic group, regardless of where you're coming from, regardless of whether you have a mortgage or you are renting, and work together. And let's embrace this new approach to learning. It has to be a new approach to learning because we have to move forward. Thank you. So sorry for the noise in the background.
No worries, Ms. Hines. Thank you very much.
All right. The next person, please, is Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland is our next public commenter. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Holland, I've been told. My apologies.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can begin at any time. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, I had a prepared statement. However, I wanted to just reiterate that I'm, you know, as a parent with two daughters that really thrived at Oak Park and River Forest High School, with the availability of advanced placement and high and AP classes, I'm surprised that we are moving to a detracking platform that has no real results, no real facts that are better for our students. And I'm very concerned that what once made Oak Park River Forest High School such a beacon in our community, such a rock solid high school, public free high school, is now going to be subject to results that, based on maybe Evanston High School, are less than stellar. So I'm encouraging the school board to listen to the parents. I encourage the school board to look at the facts and the details and make a rational decision, a educated decision to vote no on detracking. Because if the test scores for the overachievers fail or are reduced, what's the value in that? Why are we subjecting our, the beacon of Oak Park and River Forest, the one thing that really, that really holds our community together? Why would we want to subject our kids to a lower performing solution? It makes no sense to me. So I encourage the school board to vote no and keep honors, advanced placement, and let kids who want to succeed, and kids that perhaps aren't as interested in succeeding, get the help they need. All opportunities are equal for the people that seek it out and want to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Darfield. Are you available? She has a note that she might not be available. I have a comment.
There is a Sarah that's got her hand raised. I don't see her last name, but
We've she still appears to me.
yeah, if you have received an invitation to unmute, please do so. It is your turn. We're looking for Sarah, and I'm sorry, Gillian, what's the last name?
Evan Darfield.
Evan Darfield?
Evan Dano, maybe.
Let's go on to the next commenter.
Sherry Johnson.
Sherry Johnson.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. You can begin at any time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine if you want to begin.
I'm Sherry Johnson. I'm here today to voice my full support for the freshman curriculum changes proposed by the administration and to applaud OPRF for embracing the achievement of all of its students. While OPRF has little control over the academic preparation of students before they show up at its doors, the school is responsible for the educational system it offers and the outcomes of its students once here. The reputation and quality of our schools brings many families to this community, and Oak Park and River Forest families expect a great educational experience for their students. However, while OPRF is a great school, not all students get to experience its greatness. Our school works best for students with access to resources. Our current system maximizes the academic attainment of students placed in the honors track. These students are placed via placement tests, a system that is known to have ingrained racial biases. While students that don't meet the criteria for placement in honors can still opt into honors classes, they rarely do if they don't feel they'll have high levels of support. Wealthier families are able to afford this support, most often with paid private tutors. This pays off as the advanced academic preparation of honors courses better prepares students for college and career choices after high school. Students exclusively on the college prep track and without additional resources don't receive this same preparation. This lack of preparation cascades each year, creating a larger knowledge gap, causing students to be less likely to participate in advanced coursework. Continuing to maintain the current honor systems means continuing to feed a system where the majority of white students meet college and career readiness benchmarks and the majority of Black students do not. In the past, OPRF has implemented various Band-Aid solutions, such as Project Scholar and Husky Scholar Academy, that helped individual students but ignored the larger barriers impacting students. OPRF's proposed curriculum changes will provide a common on-ramp for many freshmen, along with the support to receive a much richer education. This additional support is crucial as it should reduce the need for paid tutors to excel in rigorous coursework. All of the same rich opportunities will still be available to students traditionally placed in the honors track. Students can go on to take honors classes, AP classes. Nothing is being taken away. The proposed changes provide an avenue for more students to experience these same rich opportunities and for OPRF's actions to align with its motto, those things that are best. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sherry.
And our next person is Karen Grimes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can begin whenever you'd like.
Thank you. My name is Karen Grimes, and I'm a 35-year resident of Oak Park. Both my children were raised here and received their elementary and high school educations through D97 and D200. I would like to comment tonight in full support of the freshman curriculum restructuring. My perspective on the issue comes from my experience as a parent in the district, as a former school social worker for CPS, and as a member of the board's Culture, Climate, and Behavior Committee. Both of my biracial children were enrolled in classes at this school at the college prep, honors, and AP levels, which made it possible to really be able to contrast what those different experiences at the different levels were. The general lack of rigor and low expectations that were present in many of their college prep level classes can still be seen in the data collected at the school at this time. Both of my children then had freshman teachers who recommended they should be taking higher level courses, but catching up for not being placed appropriately in the first place came at a cost. For my son, moving into an honors level math class as a sophomore meant the time and expense of taking a summer school course. My daughter was able to move into an honors level English class as a sophomore, but she never really did have the same background and skills she would have had she been in an honors level freshman class. I firmly believe that offering all of OPRF's incoming freshmen a rigorous freshman curriculum in social studies, English, world languages, and science will benefit the whole school community. Students who would have been placed in college prep classes will benefit from greater educational opportunity and challenge with a wider group of peers. Students who would have come in contact with a narrower group of peers in honors classes only will benefit from exposure to a larger range of perspectives. There will be opportunities for relationship building and understanding among students who previously had little contact with each other, which could lead to a better school climate. While there may be challenges for teachers in adjusting to the restructured curriculum, they may see many benefits also, including an opportunity for richer classroom discussions. OPRF has been doing a lot of internal preparation work, including teacher training and curriculum development to help make this curriculum change be successful. I believe that conversations between OPRF, D97 and D90 about preparing elementary and middle school students and their families for the D-Track freshman curriculum will also be important for students in adjusting to and benefiting from the new curriculum. In addition, ongoing conversations with the community will be important in gaining acceptance for the change. I know some parents whose children are in higher level academic classes have had concerns over the idea of the freshman curriculum restructuring. While the unknown and change can be hard, I hope they are encouraged by studies we'll hear about on detracking that indicate it was not detrimental to the progress of high and average level students, while it enhanced the progress of lower achieving students. I hope these parents also consider that higher overall academic achievement at the school creates a better learning environment for all, and that building relationships with a broader group of classmates will prepare their children to understand and relate to a more diverse group of people at college, in the workforce, and in the world. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Grants.
Our next person is Samia Hadi Tabassum. We're going to go to the next person. Karen Van Slyke.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Karen Van Slyke. I'm a 35-year resident of Oak Park. I'm the mother of 2 OPRF graduates and the grandmother of 2 boys who will be going to OPRF. I want to speak tonight in favor of the proposed freshman curriculum restructuring and to address some opposition to it. As an educator and as a parent, I have been involved in educational equity efforts long enough to understand the obstacles to systemic change. It is understandable that people of goodwill have questions and concerns. I hope that they will review the information at the Academic Access for All page on the OPRF website. This resource is essential in both understanding the proposal and in debunking misunderstandings and the inevitable misinformation about it. However, it is my experience that some objections are based on assumptions that education is a zero-sum game, that there are winners and losers. Some parents have concerns that their child will be held back or not challenged. Others voice concerns that some children will be harmed by challenging curriculum and unrealistic expectations. Fortunately, there is research and practical experience to show that these concerns are neither reality-based nor inevitable. And I've been following this discussion and the research on this for decades, and it overwhelmingly shows that the types of steps that are being contemplated at OPRF are based on sound research and on lots of practice. This is not something that is just coming in off the wall here today. While beginning to redress systematic racial inequalities, experience shows that more students from all racial backgrounds thrive educationally when these changes take place. That's right, more students from all racial backgrounds thrive educationally. That's a win-win. As one example, I want to point to the reporting on the OPRF website from Evanston Township High School, where I actually did my student teaching many, many years ago. Evanston began its freshman restructuring in 2010. One short quote from the article online says this: "Our first group of students graduated in 2015. That group posted the highest average ACT score in school history, took the most AP courses in school history, and earned the highest number of college-ready scores of 3 or more on AP exams. More importantly, each subgroup," and I assume that means each racial group, "each subgroup posted the best results they've ever seen on each of these measures." Now, I don't think that these are the only ways to look at educational achievement, but they are measurable. And they point to the possibilities for many, many more of our students if we are willing to make these important changes. The last time that I engaged with OPRF on these issues, my children are white, as am I. However, my grandsons are young Black men. I have a personal stake as well as a community interest in seeing freshman curriculum restructuring to ensure that my beloved grandsons will have access to the expectations and high quality instruction that will maximize their potential at OPRF and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Linda Francis is next. Francis?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. The link between the freshman curriculum changes and district equity goals has been communicated as a major rationale for this work. But like so many efforts with a targeted approach, the benefits are likely to be universal. In my previous position as director of our community's Success of All Youth SAY initiative, I reviewed the data that highlighted the high levels of stress, anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, and substance use, not just by the usual targets for supports, but among white, engaged students of means. Our kids, all of our kids, have expressed to us time and time again that the systems we have designed for them are causing serious harm. The change in freshman curriculum will not fix this alone, but will give them the space to connect with learning, not classes to prove how smart they are or to pad their CVs, but classes that help them become critical thinkers. The change will give them the space to discover their individual gifts and interests so that their subsequent class selections can better prepare them for an informed post-secondary educational experience. The change will give time-strapped students the space to develop and nurture relationships with their peers, or just even be with their own thoughts. But space and time are not all that is needed. I hope the curriculum changes will also include building the skills to use the opportunity wisely. That means helping incoming freshmen, teachers, support staff, and parents better understand the whole child and use that understanding in decisions about their high school experience. I have few regrets about the way I raised my African-American daughter. But one is that I didn't hold my ground in encouraging her to take less honors and AP courses and spend more time being a teenager. She graduated from OPRF in 2019, having taken a number of honors classes and 9 AP classes, but exhausted, not inspired by the learning process, and isolated from other students that looked like her. It is time to help our children get off of this hamster wheel of endless work for the sake of work. This is not a lowering of standards, but 1 year to learn and grow in classes designed to challenge students' intellect and not just be quote unquote rigorous. So hopefully the curriculum change will help provide more diverse classrooms in the first year that lead to more diverse classes in subsequent years. And perhaps OPRF students will finally experience the benefits of attending a diverse school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis.
Mary Bird is the next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can do it whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Mary Bird, and I've been a resident of Oak Park for 29 years. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of the D200 freshman restructuring proposal for fall 2022. Oak Park and River Forest are villages where we wear our commitment to equity and diversity on our lawn signs. I ask our community to embrace and practice the beliefs that we set forth on our lawns. I apologize for the sirens in the background. Black Lives Matter. We can no longer accept negative assumptions that are made about Black students who enter this high school. We can no longer be comfortable with racially predictable classrooms related to tracking. If we believe that Black Lives Matter, we must commit to ensuring that every Black student has equitable opportunities and resources to ensure success. Science is real. The data is clear both nationally and in D200. Black and brown students' opportunities are limited by tracking. Conversely, data shows that when Black and brown students, indeed all students, are provided access to high-level, engaging coursework and teaching, they benefit greatly. More Black and brown students exposed to honor courses during their freshman year results in their increased enrollment in honors and advanced placement later, and expanded college opportunities. Kindness is everything. If we are serious about doing the right thing for all students, we must make changes that have shown promise in reducing persistent achievement gaps. We must abandon the idea that aspects of education only have value when they exclude many of our students. Hope over fear. D200 administrators, teachers, community members, and students have recognized that a true commitment to equity requires changing classroom structures. They have worked for 4 years to develop a restructured freshman curriculum. As with any change, we can choose to search for information that reinforces our worst fears. The students of OPRF High School, however, deserve better. They deserve our hope and our work on behalf of all of them. Now is the time for our community to live by the words on our lawn signs and to champion a more just educational system, beginning with the freshman restructured curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bird.
Sarah Schreiber.
Sarah Shriver's Bear, if you could please raise your hand. That's all I have. Oh. We're just double checking that we've called on everyone who has signed up for public comment. I think that is right. Yes. Our last speaker this evening is John Duffy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can begin at any time.
Thank you. I'm John Duffy. I'm the father of 5 Oak Park graduates, and I'm a 45-year member of the Oak Park community and a member of the Committee for Equity and Excellence in Education. I want to start out by thanking all the individuals, the board members, the administration, students, parents, and teachers who have worked long and hard to arrive at the proposed freshman restructuring. I recognize, especially, and praise the vital role of student voice in the process, in the transformation of to a more inclusive and welcoming school culture. Their ongoing input remains central to the success of tonight's proposed curriculum. Our dedicated teachers have conducted serious equity inquiry, designing a new curriculum in the process, launching that inquiry in 2017. They've honed their courses. They've sharpened their instruction. We brought in some of the best minds on instruction in the country to work with them. Their classroom cultures are getting attention that's absolutely necessary to make everyone feel welcome and included. Most importantly, they're helping actualize with this plan the racial equity that District 200 has pledged itself to. Still, supporters of tracking status quo persist. They reject national and international research and District 200's own research that tracking consistently places inequitable limitations on our children, especially students of color and students of lower socioeconomic status. I say to them, it's time to move forward, to stop predicting failure, to stop stoking the fear of change, and to accept and trust a rigorous quantitative and qualitative program evaluation that will ensure transparency and appropriate revision. For certain, the United States and District 200 are both at racial tipping points. We can remain in failed institutional arrangements of an inequitable racial order, or we can move forward supporting racial justice-focused change in our society in general and our schools in particular. Finally, I remind this board and the audience that the racial equity policy and procedures adopted in 2019 prescribe deliberate equity impact evaluations of curriculum and programs. In following those procedures and proposing curriculum restructuring, our school and community have begun to act on the challenge Dr. Martin Luther King anguished over in his last formal writing in his life. He counsels us today in his testament of hope, saying, integration is meaningless without the sharing of power. When I speak of integration, I don't mean a romantic mixing of colors. I mean a real sharing of power and responsibility. The freshman restructuring moves our school closer to Dr. King's vision of integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the end of our list of public commenters for this evening. I do want to thank everyone for their patience as we work through technical hiccups. However, that was great to hear people voicing their opinions themselves. And I want to thank Gail Calmerton, Chris Beam, and his team, Dr. Johnson, and other administrators for their patience as we work through this process. Frankly, it might exist, so thank you for that. All right, I really do appreciate it from us. Okay, so next we have meeting minutes from September 9th, 2021. I move to approve the September 9th, 2021 create the whole meeting minutes. Is there a second? Second. Are there any corrections or amendments? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right, so here is where we are going to go next to instruction. We have the summer school report first.
Okay, coming up to present our summer school report from this past summer, our Dr. Laura Fiorenza, our Assistant Superintendent for Student Learning, Jason Lee, our Director of Summer School. And we also will have two of our summer school teachers coming forward to speak about their experiences with a specific class this past summer. So with that, in our way of introduction, I will turn it over to the team to begin the presentation.
Greetings, everybody. This one's for testing 1, 2, 3.
Thanks.
Okay. Greetings. Thank you for allowing summer school to come before fall. And all of you at home and on Zoom, thank you for joining us. And there are a couple people that I need to recognize that can't be here but are in spirit. One is Mr. Jonathan Silvers, the supports coordinator. He's at home seeing this on Zoom and probably watching Ojinga games on Netflix at the same time. Ojinga is this weekend. All right. And Margaret Collins, Summer School Secretary, and Linda Hayes is also on our administrative team. With me here, I have Dr. Penza, but also have Wilson Carvello and Ms. Jackie Torres, who's going to talk about AT Bridge because that was a topic of conversation when I had come here before to present, and you had asked about what we were going to do to create that change, and we have an answer for you all. So without further ado, I'd like to begin the report. I know many of you have already seen aspects of it based on the board stuff that we had. Let me share this. As you all know that in 2020 and 2021, summer school was 100% remote. And the MVP of our summer school was the help desk, IT. And a special gratification and thank you to Mr. Chris Beam and the whole team, because I would be emailing him feverishly in around May because our supply chain of getting Chromebooks on time was always an issue. And then when they did come a week before summer school, I was absolutely amazed and impressed with how they were all compact, get them formatted and distributed for freshman students and the students here at summer school. So much grateful thanks to the whole IT team for that. So as you can see, I just want to just go over this quickly in regards to the numbers. So you can see the number of students, number of completed courses. I'm not going to go this ad nauseum because you have seen this through your report. Summer school, when we're doing 100% remote, I think the key things that I wanted to stress and emphasize is that it takes a lot of patience, flexibility. At our school, we talked about creating a culture of warmth. Through summer school when it's remote, we had to create a culture of digital warmth and making sure that no student was lost in the digital space. And we made sure of that by making sure that we're communicating with all the families, those that were having internet connectivity issues, making sure that they were connecting with help desk and reaching out to those that needed help and assistance. In addition to that, the next page here, I wanted to just share with you some of our major findings. And I'm just going to put it all out here instead of this fading here so you guys can see it all. As I stated before, we had 948 students that read course credit and 961 in 2020, so there was a decrease there. In 2020, we had a total of 198 students who requested a refund or drop it. This is an important thing that I wanted to mention also. In 2021, we had 126 students that dropped the summer school course due to extenuating circumstances. And I mentioned in the report, those extenuating circumstances were based on whether it be health concern, whether or not they felt as though that summer school was too difficult, doing it remote, summer camps, vacations. I think in 2021, that's when things were opening up and many families were also taking vacations and realized that they couldn't do both summer school and being with their family and loved ones. In 2021, courses such as photography, wheel throwing, and summer musical was canceled. But we're going to talk about change that might be happening on the way. In addition to that, with the lowering in numbers, we also had a decrease in staff as well. In 19 through 21, the racial percentage of summer school enrollment appeared to be similar to the general school enrollment. And I remember a couple of years ago, Ms. Gina Harris asked about that question, how it relate to our FRL students as well. And I think I put in the report, we had about 20% of our FRL students in summer school in 2021, which is comparable to, I believe, what is in our general school year as well, around the 20% mark. Am I correct by saying that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In 2021, there was a spike in enrollment in our ISCR program, it's our in-school credit recovery, from 142 to 300. And that might also have been due to the fact of the ISB, Illinois State Board of Education requirement of grading and credit that occurred, which might have led to that increase. There was a continuous decrease in the enrollment for ESY, and I think a lot of that had to do with being in remote. Many of our vulnerable kids in our ESY programs and special ed, they really desired to have that in person, and they felt that remote was very challenging. We did offer in 2021 a new course, which was a college application workshop. It was a non-credit bearing course. It was run by two of our counselors here at Oak Harbor Forest High School, Ms. Gale and Ms. Heidi Lynch. And they had 64 rising seniors that took that course as well. And in 2021, there was an increased enrollment 8 to 9 program from 18 to 27 students. And something that I think that we should all be thrilled about was, and I think Dr. Moore, if she was here, she'd probably be singing joyous as well, since she asked that question, of the AP Bridge program in 2019, we only had 7 students. And we had to reevaluate as a staff and why that was the case. And then 2021, we went to 24, and then 2021, we went 20, we had 24, and 2021, we had 44. And I have 2 of my superstars here that would like to speak on that.
Thank you, Jason.
Yep. I'm going to present your screen on that. Oh, there we go. Mr. Can you show me how to minimize this screen? And AP Bridge. We're trying to pull up the AP Bridge. Oh, there we go. Perfect. 92%. Okay, that's right. The MVP. All right. There we go.
Thank you, Jason. We certainly couldn't have the success of this program without the support of your team and your efforts. And we thank you all for listening to our work tonight. So in order to reshape the program for increased enrollment efforts, we really had to think about brainstorming ways to accomplish this goal in a fashion that not only expanded the program, but reached the targeted audience of the students that we want to seek out. And we determined that the standard score range was not sufficient, rather that we would identify students who lived in the margins, because we feel that those are the students who are often overlooked and could benefit most from this program. And so with that in mind, we drafted a newsletter together to broadcast to students and their families about the benefits of the summer program. That letter was translated into Spanish to ensure equity and reach even more students and families to participate and encourage them to participate in this experience. These efforts, as you can see, were not in vain, as we were able to grow the program from 7 to 23 to 44 this past summer, which allowed us to have 2 separate sections to instruct the course. And we were really excited about that. The weekend prior to the start of the program, we hosted a parent night and invited all of the guardians to come and attend this session where we introduced ourselves and we welcomed them into this academic adventure with us. We discussed the design of the program, the academic skills we were going to target through the use of a broad range of diverse materials, and showed families the data of previous cohorts. And so with that in mind, we continue to collect data from students who were enrolled in the AP Bridge programs in the areas of their semester 1 grades, their end of year grades, their AP test scores, and their PSAT scores. And this data, along with student feedback, continues to inform how we continue to shape this program.
One of the big highlights that we were actually able to do over this summer was our college visits. Like we said, we targeted a lot of kids that were in the margins, maybe not necessarily having the test scores required for AP, but had the aptitude based on teacher feedback and things like that. And we got to bring them onto 2 campuses, both of our alma maters, Loyola and UIC. And we got to show them what it felt like to be on that college campus and really show them that they can belong in this space and that they can succeed in this space. I can only speak for myself as a Hispanic male, but you don't see many of our faces on that campus. So to be able to show other people of color that they do belong in this space and that they can succeed was one of our huge highlights. We also had several guest speakers come in. Most importantly, we had LaShawn Jordan, who, if you don't know, is the youngest Chicago-born photojournalist to have his work actually published in Chicago History Museum. Over the summer of 2020, he documented all of the extremely polarizing protests on both sides of the political spectrum and got his work published. It was great. We had the students ask many questions. And as a Black man, it was nice to show that the kids, another person of color who can succeed and do great things in this world. We also had several AP teachers visit. We had teachers from the history department, English department, and science department to get a little Q&A with our students towards the end of our program, just to give them a look into what an AP course might look like, the workload, what's expected of them, so they're not kind of just jumping in blind, because we're only 2 history teachers, so we can only give them that aspect of schooling. And then our goals for 2022, 2023 are to both increase enrollment and get more and more students in, but also to hopefully give them some more support during the school year. Like we said, some of these kids aren't used to the space, and there's not a lot of people of color in that space. So we want to ensure during the school year that they have support from people that they know, mainly being Jackie and myself, whether it be in a supervisory, a study hall, something like that, so that they know they have someone to turn to in order to gain success, because we believe in all of our students that that come through our program. And we're still trying to get that done for this school year. COVID restrictions and lunches like that make it a little bit harder, but we're still working on something to do monthly with them to show our support for them. And that's it. Thank you. All right. Back to our programming.
Does the board have any questions for this?
Questions from board members? And where they?
Do you have any questions for our AP? And then
The only question I would have is that if you could share your, we get the
Yes.
share.
That needs to send that to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, sure, yeah, we were under the
I thought we already said
impression that it was already been reviewed, but we can send it along for sure.
Oh.
That's so easy.
That's what we thought we could get away.
Have any expectations, you know, you've grown the program and it's exciting to see the work that you're doing. What's your vision in terms of, you know, is it the desire to continue to grow it, or what's your expectation?
Honestly, right now, our goal is to be of a better support team for students who are enrolled in the program. It feels very much disconnecting that we spend 3 weeks with them, pretty intensive in our time to build up and foster the confidence and self-esteem in these students in order to venture off into these spaces. And it's a little bit of a missed opportunity that we can't connect with them on a daily basis. So honestly, I think that if we can get our schedules aligned to where those students are populated into courses that we both teach at the honors level, and maybe AP in the future, that those students would be matriculating into our classes or in our supervisory spaces. So again, we can constantly be of support to them in the building, with the goal of continuing to grow the program, not just for the summer, but perhaps the future, that it doesn't just live in a summer school space, that it enters the building in a full capacity during the regular school year.
I had just a comment, Professor, who I see in English and World Relations Studies, if you are looking for speakers and how to connect with people, so just feel free to reach out to me.
That'd be lovely.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Marianne.
Sorry, I was just saying, I teach at UIC and I can connect them with people if they want faculty from other programs, LALS, Latino Studies, American Studies, etc.
I don't know if it's a question, but I want, it's for Dr. Johnson, actually, some clarification, because we just discussed AP Bridge, and we're also talking about detracking tonight, and I know that in the general public, there may be some confusion or lack of understanding about the difference between those things, and I'm wanting some clarity on that. Before you answer my question, though, I just want to say thank you all so much for the work that you've been doing and the report that you just gave us. It's really phenomenal.
Yeah, thanks, Gina, for the question. So as we move through the work with our freshman curriculum, the whole purpose of that is to ensure that the honors and AP classes that exist for our students in grades 10 through 12 are accessible for all of our students, and all of our students are able to find success in those experiences. And that is exactly the work that this course, this AP Bridge program, is dedicated to. So the two are in very much sync with one another. I really appreciate the work that the two of you have done to build on something that existed before you, but not in this form, not in this way, not in this breadth and depth. So my hats off to you. I really appreciate your work. Thank you.
Kimberly Burrell, questions? All right, well, thank you. That's a great report.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
I haven't finished my other aspects of the summer school, so I want to see if I can pull this up here. Right. Here. Here. Share. That's right. Okay. Did that right, correct? Okay, the next portion I'm going to talk about is our summer school financial analysis, and I know I have to have a special thanks to Ms. Cindy Sidor and Mr. Brian Imhoff in the business office, but we're able to simplify and put these numbers together. There we go. So the revenues for 2021 was $46,870, and these the monies in this Title I was used for 8 to 9 AP Bridge, and they paid for 3 ISCR teacher salaries. The summer school salaries is there, benefits, the supply of materials and food I can share with you, majority of the supplies we do for summer school, such as the art foundation class and the things that we needed. The food was also part of our AP bridge and our 8 to 9 connection, which is about less than $1,000 that was utilized, and part of also the Title I reimbursement. The transportation, as Wilson Cabral and Becky Torres talked about, visiting those campuses, that's where that expenditure was. And then you see a credit card fee there. That was incurred when purchasing and creating a refund, and we had the district absorbed those credit card fees basically when summer school was free for all in 2021. So the total program cost was approximately minus 200,000, and I just put a footnote there, asterisk, that as of May 27, 2021, that was what the cost was in regards to making summer school free for all. Next steps, recommendation. As you saw in your report, we would like to return in person to summer school at OPRF. And if there are some situations with COVID-19 that we have a contingency plan in place, we just don't know what the future holds. So we want to make sure that we're following state and local guidance. And then we want to continue closing the opportunity gap by increasing access to summer school for all students by providing the following. Seeking approval for tuition costs for summer school for all students. And then we're going to continue randomizing the enrollment process for equal opportunity for that art foundation class, which just seems to be very popular over the summer. And then the proposed summer school schedule for next year. And this is contingent upon the graduation dates for District 90 and 97. I wish they would post this sooner so that we could let families know that want to plan for their summer. But this is what we're proposing. July 4th will be on a Monday. Summer school would be in session on that following Tuesday, and then we'd have that Friday, Monday through Thursday. And this is the schedule that we're proposing for 2022. Now, my turn for questions.
I want to add one more thing, just really quickly to this. You mentioned summer school this coming year, and your hope intent that it will be in person. And I want to add to that we have been working with our grounds operations team, and that with the flight of construction of the projects that we've been going on this summer, we have identified definitely enough places where that is possible this summer. So it's a matter of making sure that students have access to those, and it might be go up these stairs, go down this hallway, go up these stairs, and go across. But we'll find a way to make it work.
So just to reiterate, do you not anticipate any concerns with construction preventing in-person summer school?
That's correct. We anticipated, Jason, you might be able to add to that, but our process there was to get the maximum number of classrooms that we would possibly need for summer school, and then work with Ron, and Fred, and Jeff, and our buildings and grounds department to really figure out where the clusters of classrooms can be to make this happen. They exist.
Do you feel there's any need for us to look at a plan B in case construction does prevent the use of the building for some reason, or is that so unlikely as to not necessitate?
The projects that we have for summer, and Ron, you might be better at giving a detailed answer in this regard than that, but I'll give this a shot first, okay? The plans that we have for the construction work this coming summer, the scope of that work is not going to change. The pace of the work is really not the scope. And so the plans that we've been able to set forward here are based off of, the scope of the work, not the rate of it. I don't see it changing that, but if you have anything else to add, Ron, please feel free.
No, it's giving us the opportunity to use the third and fourth floor for all of the classrooms that was requested. So we laid out the floor plan, went over it, and we calculated the rooms that was needed. And that's excluding the areas that was being under construction, keeping those places blocked off, the washrooms blocked off, and giving them access to the fourth and third floor.
Great, thank you.
One other thing I wanted to add too, the auditorium would be available, correct, for the summer musical?
The auditorium will be available, and the SRC as well.
Okay, excellent.
Questions from board members? Tom?
Maybe comments, just on it. Thank you for the presentation. No, it's, it always concerns me when we see the repeated data of the bimodality between the students that use summer school for, advancement and those that use it for credit recovery. So that's one of those ruts that we are in. With that said, hearing the AP bridge is kind of a blast of promise of things to do to kind of provide a different opportunity. So I think it takes, you build it one piece at a time. So I've been encouraged by what I've seen. I think the $200,000 is one of the better investments we can make in providing opportunity for our students. And I'm sure we'll be having more discussion about that in the future.
I will admit to a little fist bump mentally when I heard that, because that is something I wanted for a long time, so I'm very excited. Ms. Sador, I'm sure we will have a recommendation, but so that's great news. Marianne?
I have two questions. So my daughter's a freshman, and so this summer we went through the process of the applying for her fundamentals over the summer and to see whether she would get in or not, and it was a little nerve-wracking. So she got in, and art is her thing, so she was very excited. But my question is, why, if there is more demand, then why can we not offer enough to meet the demand? Why are we talking about randomizing who gets in? Is there's, does that make sense as a question?
Yeah.
I think it's twofold. I think it's based on teacher, like getting the summer school teachers to teach that course, number one. Spaceability, I know that during the summer, it was remote and getting the supplies and et cetera. The other part, I think, is a more systemic one in regards to the things of enrollment and looking at what that looks like as far as the bigger picture of what that looks like for our teaching staff. I don't have the answers, the wherewithal on how that looks as far as the bigger picture, but I think those are the immediate responses to give you to answer that question.
I guess I might then just make the argument that there's a lot of research showing the value of having access to art early for supporting academic achievement. And I know that my son has had a lot of trouble in school, and there were weeks when art class was the only thing that got him to actually go in. So, so I want to just kind of emphasize that if there is a budget thing, I understand that this past summer everything was in chaos and so on, but I'm a little concerned that we're talking about randomizing for next summer when presumably we'd be able to plan ahead about supplies and teachers and so on. So, okay, so that was one of my things. The other thing, and I don't know whether this is a question for you or Dr. Johnson, so I'll just, I had asked an email previously about some sort of summer adulting classes, essentially the way I've been thinking about it. And he had responded saying that most of those types of classes fall in the fine and applied arts division, which I would imagine a lot of students don't take classes in that division. It's a subset of the student body that does. That financial literacy is required credit, which I very much appreciate. My high school did not offer that, and I ran up a 10 credit card debt in college that took me a long time to dig out of. So I'm really glad that our students are getting off on a better foot there. And I know that we have post-secondary pathways that can lead to industry credentials, such as in culinary arts, engineering, etc. Well, webpage, multimedia, you sent me a nice list. Thank you. But I feel like it's a little too tiered, and I know that in the sort of old days we had shop and cooking and so on, and it got gender divided, and that was a problem. And now there's such a focus on academics, and as a college professor, I definitely appreciate rigor in academics. But what I'm seeing in my students is often a real lack in basic adulting skills. And I mean like super basic, right? Being able to make themselves spaghetti. Most of my college students at 7 different institutions did not know how to do that, right? And they end up wasting a lot of money on takeout. They end up, I mean, it's an ongoing issue, right? They can't sew a button on, they can't whatever. And so I guess I want to
put this up for a future discussion or something as we look at what summer programs can be at OPRF, to think about, could we have a 1 week basics of adulting course or something like that, that would be like 4 hours of a basic cooking class, 4 hours, so not like nothing long, but just let's make sure they get out of here being able to feed themselves, I guess. So yeah, so that's more of a comment than a question. I don't think it's anything that you can address right now, but.
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear, and thanks for that. We'll find a way to get more information, and there's also a needs assessment, that's a same question.
Yeah.
That I think would be a good first.
Perfect, thank you.
I believe Ralph, do you have questions, or Gino? No, doesn't look like it. Correct.
Just a couple of comments. So since it's under our control, I think we need to do everything humanly possible to have in-person summer school from here on out. This should not be driven by our facility needs. It should be driven by our students. The second thing I would say is I agree with Tom. I would like to see going forward in our budgeting, what we can do about alleviating costs.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Fred.
Okay, I'm sorry, I think this mess. What I'm saying is I would like to see in our budgeting process the what we can do to alleviate, all right, mitigate costs for summer school, which may, especially when we come back into the facility, may substantially increase our enrollment, hopefully. Especially in these support classes, whether it's AP Bridge or the 8-9 classes. So I would definitely be in favor of looking at, okay, what does it look like to have summer school at no cost for our students, for the long term.
And so I have just one comment. I think I say this every single year, so forgive me, but I think part of the summer school, the modality piece that Tom raised, right, about credit recovery versus enrichment, is really a branding issue. Summer school when I was a kid was something that you had to do because you weren't going to graduate, whereas now I think students use it, families use it much more as an opportunity. And so I think that the younger we can start sort of messaging that to students in the elementary schools and sort of, again, rebranding it as an opportunity versus some sort of burden, I think would probably help us begin to address some of the issues that Tom raised.
I agree. I just, while you didn't ask a question, sir, I do want to identify the fact that our MTSS coordinator is currently revamping the criteria for in-school credit recovery during the school year, because it's a much better opportunity for students to get in-school credit recovery during the school year than in summer school. So we would like to see those numbers significantly decrease so that students aren't in a panic to recover credits over the summer, but instead they have that opportunity during the school year. I think that then makes rebranding what summer school really is, that it's an enrichment opportunity, personalized learning, extensions. I think that will make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a fine gentleman in this room with the initials PH that shared a speech considering calling summer school quarter 5. It's Dr. Patrick Hardy behind me here. And I really like that term as well. Instead of calling it summer school where people think it's something that you're taking because of remediation or whatever acceleration, that we're looking at as an extension of being lifelong learners. And I think that's why I like that term as well. I don't know if that's something that we could brand or if that's something that we could message, but I thought that was an ingenious.
Yeah, it's for the administration to decide. So, big. All right, thank you so much. Next item is our freshman curriculum restructuring.
Okay, let's have as the team transitions, I have a few comments I want to make to help introduce their presentation and have some conversation. Year in, year out, the biggest challenge that we have in our public schools is making sure that kids don't fall through the cracks, that we do all we can to make sure the system works to ensure the highest levels of learning for all of our students. For that end, 4 years ago, we began a curriculum evaluation process that was designed to determine where our freshman curriculum was working and where it needed to improve. And as we aim to make improvements, we wanted to add this knowledge to what we already know about OPRF. That this is, in so many ways, a fabulous school. That we have a host of incredibly high achievers, a legacy that as a school we are and continue to be incredibly proud of. Producing high levels of student achievement is in fact, after all, the reason why we exist as an institution. We know that whether we are looking at our flight of honors and AP courses, our ever expanding dual credit options and post-secondary pathways, our almost unparalleled list of elective offerings and our expansive extracurriculars, this school has a profile of experience for our students that is the envy of other districts. We are privileged and thankful to live in a community such as this that can provide these experiences for our students. But like many schools across the country, we continually have students fall through those cracks to the point that we really have two parallel experiences here. Those that are defined by our college prep courses and those that are largely defined by our honors and AP courses. Tonight, you will hear reminders that as we reviewed our data, we found that the breadth of scores our students in college prep and students in our honors demonstrate on standardized and local benchmark assessments overlap to such an extent that we had to question the wisdom of continuing these two parallel experiences existing side by side during our freshman year. You will hear that wisdom needed challenging, as despite various efforts to shift the enrollment trends in our honors courses, the racially identifiable patterns of who is sitting in our college prep and honors classes persisted. A pattern that continually privileged our white students over our Black and brown students, even when their experiences and scores mirrored one. You will hear the commitment and a call to action we all felt, a call that is not only coming from the top, as folks like to say, but that is led by our curriculum teams, championed by our division heads, who you will hear from in just a little bit, and fully supported by our faculty staff. A commitment to ensure that the level of excellence that we have historically enjoyed at OPRF has every opportunity to evolve into the model of equitable excellence that is the pride of this community is our goal. And so we went to work and we did the research. Moving this direction will not be a panacea. Without a doubt, there is mixed research out there. But when implemented carefully, the research based on peer-reviewed studies shows that this path can clearly benefit kids in our college prep classes, all while ensuring that our highest level students can continue to thrive. When we first announced our plan to pursue a common entry level course for the vast majority of our students, we explored the idea of an earned honors option that would place all kids in the same class, but only grant honors credit to some of those students. As we learned more, we abandoned this approach, fearing that it would fail to provide the increased level of rigor we desired for the students who were otherwise in college prep, while simultaneously not serving our highest achieving students productively. Our solution? Later this month, we are asking the board to approve that next year, the majority of students who would otherwise have been in college prep courses be enrolled in our revised, rigorous, and culturally responsive honors level English, history, science, and level 1 world language courses. Yes, honors will persist for our freshmen at OPRF next year. Our students will move on after that experience with the same and in some ways expanded array of rigorous core and elective offerings that we've come to enjoy and rightfully expect at OPRF. But this step will help us to ensure that as the students of this community move through the incredibly formative 10th through 12th grade years, they have a common foundation that will allow them to take advantage of the types of academic experiences that have historically been available only to some. I'm proud of the work that this team has done and our teachers have done to help get us to this point. I thank them for their efforts. I thank you all for your efforts for being here tonight. And of course, as you're about to hear, this is only the beginning of our journey. So, Dr. Fiorenza, I turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. So we look at the 5-year timeline of the freshman curriculum restructuring process. It began in 2017 as OPRF reviewed, and began the journey to evaluate the curriculum and the experiences of all of our students. In 2018 and 19, all divisions completed an evaluation of their curriculum, looking at and reviewing various data points and conducting student focus groups. Divisions found significant inequities in course enrollment data, grade data, and students, and heard from our students. They desired more challenging opportunities, more relevant experiences, as well as the ability to be more prepared for subsequent years of their academic career. During the 2019 and 2020, as well as 2020 and 21 school years, our freshman curriculum writing teams focused on redesigning this curriculum using the research-based approach of a backward by design process. Teams engaged in professional development, worked with consultants and organizations to guide their team's work in better understanding and crafting a backward by design curriculum. We are not simply exposing non-traditional honor students to pre-existing curriculum. Instead, our teachers engaged in this backward by design process to restructure the curriculum. It is this redesign that makes this curriculum rigorous and accessible for all. Another important event on our timeline was the professional development offered this year to all of our teachers on equitable assessment that was hosted by Dr. Patrick Hardy and Dr. Marzano. Dr. Marzano challenged our thinking around assessment validity, and more importantly, how we use this inexact information to make decisions about students' academic abilities, areas for growth, and their need for intervention. Dr. Marzano provided insight into more equitable assessments and practices that would better inform all stakeholders about students' learning opportunities. This 5-year process led to the awareness that college prep and honors courses at Oak Park and River Forest High School are racialized. And as a result, inequities occur primarily for our students of color. As such, students in the college prep classes do not receive the same experience, the same benefits, or see the same gains as students in our honors class track see. These inequities must be addressed if we are to ensure equitable excellence for all of our learners. The only approach is to restructure or detrack our freshman history, English, science, and level 1 world languages. The 3 primary intentions of this freshman curriculum restructuring opportunity is first, that all students deserve the opportunity to explore and develop their interests and abilities free of a track. All students deserve access to high-level rigorous curriculum. And finally, we must address the adverse underlying beliefs that have led to these barriers that have hindered equal access to high-level rigorous curriculum, particularly for our students of color. So why don't we simply continue to encourage students to choose or self-select into our honors courses as we have been doing? Because the disparities that are resulting from that were found in our curriculum evaluation are the result of systemic barriers. And such, the onus to remove those barriers is on the leadership of Oak Park and River Forest High School. A study conducted by Ford, Grantham, and Whiting of Black male students who did not elect to take an honors course, despite being capable, found 4 reasons that these students did not self-select into the honors courses. The first one is perception, that self-perception that some of our students of color have, that they're unsure of their abilities. The expectations. Research indicates that students in higher tracks have strong perceptions and expectations of themselves to achieve. However, students in lower tracks tend to perceive and expect less of themselves, or that they're going to struggle. Third, ostracization. African American Black students were found to be concerned about being isolated and ostracized by their peers. And finally, a fear that they won't fit in. All of these things resulted in our students of color not taking these risks. It's only when a parent, a mentor, challenge the perceptions directly that changes to how students see themselves and how they understand themselves as learners occur. Therefore, the only option to interrupt the inequities that have occurred and to change how our students see themselves and their abilities and capabilities is to restructure our freshman curriculum. It is imperative that we remove the barriers that hinder our students from accessing high-level rigorous curriculum, while simultaneously, as the leadership, providing those rigorous high-level opportunities for our students. In 2019, our PSAT 8-9 evidence-based reading and writing spring scores indicate a range of abilities for our freshman honors students. That range is the 25th percentile to the 99th percentile. This data is reporting a range based on the lowest and the highest scores among classes. This year, as we began to continue our evaluation process and really look at our data, we were wondering what this data looks like in our honors classes. And so we selected our English honors class. And the STAR reading fall benchmark for this year, again, reports a median high of 97th percentile with a median low of 29th percentile across our honors English classes. What we are seeing is a consistent pattern of a range of learners as evidenced by both the PSAT and the STAR in our honors courses. There also exists an overlap between college prep and honors, as evidenced by both of these pieces of data. Educational inequity is not a student issue. It is an institutional problem exacerbated by systems and processes that attempt to predict ability of our students and is often grounded in misconceptions. Students are typically sorted and tracked according to what is considered a perceived ability, when in fact, perceptions are not always reality. They can be distorted or misinterpreted based on preconceived notions, bias, and personal experiences. Compounding the perceptions of students' abilities are the expectations that follow. We know that perceptions and expectations are powerful and can have self-fulfilling effects. Teachers have expectations of students, students have expectations of themselves. If expectations are constructed around faulty perceptions, then low expectations can result. If a student believes that they are not a good student, they expect to fail and subsequently could have lower grades. Likewise, when a teacher believes that a student is capable of challenging work, they expect the student to succeed, and subsequently higher grades are more likely. Research conducted by Oates found that students in higher tracks had higher aspirations and more positive self-image, while our students in lower tracks have negative views of themselves and lower aspirations. Therefore, we must encourage and incorporate a redefinition of the underlying beliefs around academic abilities. There is also a misconception that our current honors classes are homogeneous, meaning that they are ability grouped in like groups. The data, not only from the 2019 PSAT, but our current data in 2021 on the STAR reading and writing tests indicate that there is a significant range of abilities existing in our current honors classes. And the last misconception is that our higher achieving students will not receive a rigorous experience, when in fact the research predominantly shows that there are no negative effects on higher achieving students, that detracking can occur while ensuring that high achieving students thrive. OPRF is committed to being an ever improving model of equity and excellence, enabling all students to achieve their full potential. However, a student's actual ability is a lot like an iceberg. We only see the tip and a lot lies beneath. We can no longer afford to sort students based on perception or talent. Instead, we must develop talent in all of our students. This can only be done if we address the institutional and systemic issues. Tracking perpetuates unequal access to rigorous curriculum, particularly for our students of color. This is not a student issue. It is not our students' fault, nor is it their responsibility to resolve this. Restructuring and detracking is the only option to eliminate the barriers, creating inequities and unequal access to this rigorous curriculum. While our current honors classes indicate a wide range of abilities, our teachers are navigating and supporting this range of learners in very successful ways. The longstanding tradition of excellence can continue for all students in each of these 4 divisions by providing students access to rigorous, relevant, and culturally responsive curriculum in this new restructured experience. Now I'm going to turn it over to the division heads to share with you their restructured curriculum, and we'll begin with Ms. Amy Hill.
Good evening. The World History Restructured Curriculum has been developed by a team of 6 teachers with wide representation from the history and elective courses. In addition to the team members, we have provided the larger world history and world studies teacher group with opportunities for input and feedback along the way, and we've had discussions with the whole division as well. Our work began in the spring semester of 2019 when we reviewed data, including students' grades, course pathways, results of student surveys, and focus groups to generate priorities for the following year. Our data demonstrated the inequities that Dr. Fiorenza just identified. There were racial disparities in student course enrollments and in grades. And more specifically, Latinx and Black students were underrepresented in honors and AP courses in freshman year and beyond. So as we redesigned the curriculum over the next 2 years, our overarching goal was to provide a consistent, rigorous, relevant, equitable, and anti-biased world history course. We started with the end goals for what students should know, this backward design process that you've heard of, and what they should know and be able to do as a result of taking this course, develop the assessments for students to demonstrate what they have learned, and then the activities by which students will acquire the knowledge and skills they need to achieve the standards. We also conducted action research to learn more about how to bring all students successfully into an honors level experience, including what would work well to engage students, as well as to support and challenge the range of learners' needs. To summarize what we have learned in our action research, students currently sitting in college prep level classes are able to successfully complete honors level assessments, given scaffolds and supports that make the activities and the readings accessible. To ensure that the restructured course provides the academic rigor of an honors class, we have aligned the teaching and learning to the standards developed by the College Board for advanced placement history courses. Those standards are summarized on this slide. The historical thinking skills represent cognitively complex and challenging work, and they go well beyond the mere memorization of dates, events, and historical figures that people sometimes associate with the study of history. Students will read complex primary and secondary sources and will be challenged to analyze them closely, to demonstrate understanding by putting text in their own words, to evaluate the strength of the author's evidence, to detect point of view and bias, and to find corroboration and contrast between 2 or more sources to develop arguments with evidence. The next two slides provide specific examples of complex texts that are part of the restructured curriculum. These are examples from the Agricultural Revolution unit that wrapped up last week. I plugged a representative sample of text from these readings into a Lexile analyzer to give a Lexile score, which is a measure of the difficulty of the reading. For context, a student who can successfully comprehend texts with a 1050 Lexile at the beginning of the freshman year is said to be on track for college readiness. And a 1300 Lexile is what individuals typically encounter in their initial post-secondary college and career experiences. I know you're not able to read the actual text on these slides, but you can see the Lexile range here is 1210 to 1400, and on this slide is 1410 to 1600. And that difficulty level, this is reflective of some of the reading students will do in a restructured course. That is to say, they will continue to read courses, texts whose complexity is above grade level, as is typical of an honors level course in history. And these readings will be structured so that students whose current proficiency is not yet at the level of the reading will have scaffolds and supports to aid their comprehension. While Lexile levels of text will vary, incorporating readings such as these is one way we're able to assure that our highest achieving students will still face academically challenging content in the restructured course, and that all students, including but not limited to our highest achieving students, will have excellent preparation for rigorous courses in sophomore year and beyond. Another element of rigor is having high expectations for proficiency and mastery of a given skill. In the restructured world history course, that is demonstrated most clearly in the rubric we use to both teach and assess the skill of writing historical arguments supported by evidence. Students will have comprehensive instruction and opportunities to achieve proficiency in this complex skill. A close look at the proficiency level for three components of the rubric show just how challenging it is to achieve proficiency. Speaking from experience as a current teacher of world honors, even our strongest students start the year scoring not yet proficient on one or more components of this rubric, because writing well is among the most complex academic tasks our kids will learn, and it takes time. For those who demonstrate proficiency, the bar for mastery provides yet a higher standard they can strive to achieve. As with the complex texts I showed earlier, establishing these high bars for writing is another way the restructured course will provide learning challenges for our highest achieving students and every student who's in the course. The focus on historical thinking and historical arguments also helps us to ensure that the course is relevant, that students find connections to their lives and to the modern world. Our approach begins with framing history as an argument, in contrast to a set of facts to memorize. Students learn that there are multiple perspectives on the events of the past, and that a comprehensive understanding requires knowing more than one version of events. In studying others' perspectives, they are invited to develop their own understanding rooted in evidence. The course is also framed with high-level themes that teachers refer to as enduring understandings. These themes are designed to help students connect their learning from one unit to another. One recurring theme of the course is that progress is not always linear, nor is it evenly positive. Progress is often accompanied by setbacks and challenges, and human history is not always a story of advancement. The restructured course also features compelling, debatable, essential questions to frame units and lessons. In our current unit of study, the essential questions include: what does it mean to be a good person? How have different societies answered that question across the world's history? And why did so many societies around the world begin in earnest to seek and develop answers to that question in roughly the same 700-year time frame? How might their insights still be relevant to us today? Relevance is also advanced when students have opportunities to exercise choice and develop their own voice. And the restructured course provides both throughout the year. This can happen in large and small ways, from choosing a focus for a research-based project, to deciding which side of an historical argument to defend, to generating questions at the start of a lesson or a unit that can then drive the learning. Providing students opportunities to exercise and develop their voices and engaging multiple perspectives are two ways that the restructured course is culturally responsive. In addition, our focus on global history enables more students to connect their heritage to our topics of study. This approach involves intentionally naming when the historical record has typically been interpreted in a single dominant cultural lens. In world history, that's most often been a Eurocentric lens that has excluded or marginalized the perspectives of non-Europeans. A global approach features counter-narratives to reinforce the importance of multiple perspectives. This more inclusive approach that highlights the rich heritage of Africa, Eurasia, and the Americas in shaping the world can be especially empowering for our Black, Latinx, and Asian students. And it's also true that all students benefit from that broader understanding, regardless of race. In teaching the origins of systems of oppression and examples of resistance, agency, and empowerment, we help students learn that systems of oppression are not natural. They are constructed by humans and can be deconstructed by humans. And in fact, human agency in creating a more just world is another theme of the course. History provides many examples of successful resistance and empowerment. Finally, we have used and will continue to use the Illinois culturally responsive teaching and leading standards as we refine units of study, select materials, and create daily activities. These standards have helped us to define what culturally responsive classrooms look like and to strive to create them. We are administering a student survey at the end of each unit in this year's action research, and the students' feedback will help us make revisions to improve the cultural responsiveness of the curriculum. We have already administered one survey, and student responses about their experiences with the restructured curriculum have been largely positive. You can see very high rates of students' agreement with the idea that their teacher encourages them to share their ideas about the things they're studying in class, and also that they believe their teacher thinks all students can do challenging school work. A high percentage also agree that their teacher often connects with their learning to life outside the classroom. It's important to note that these results were disaggregated for demographics, so we collected, and that the differences among, there were not differences observed among those groups. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Claudia Sagoon, World Languages Division Head.
Thank you, Amy. Good evening. I will provide a brief breakdown of the world languages curriculum and structure designed for our first year level 1 introductory language classes. Our process, very similar, also began with a review of the findings from our evaluation reports. We looked at the results from the student surveys and our enrollment trends to see how our level 1 students move through the language sequence. During the first part of the evaluation process, we examined all aspects of our practice and student language learning. We asked ourselves the following key questions. To what extent are our level 1 introduction language classes equitable and relevant in terms of students' experiences and outcomes? That is, how far do our students study the language? And what does equitable mean to our students in a world language classroom? But before explaining our findings, I'll share again that because our freshmen start at different language levels in our language sequence, this restructure is to start with level 1 language classes, where students are new to learning the second language. So our findings from the reports led us to understand that our students experience unequal access to our curriculum due to different starting points. We also learned that our curriculum lacked relevant and meaningful opportunities for cultural experiences, and that there is a need for our students to connect and learn how to communicate competently in the target language. The findings also showed that many of our students don't continue through our sequence, and in particular, our students of color. As language teachers, we value diversity and strive for inclusion across world language teaching and learning. Therefore, our goal is for all of our students to reach the highest level possible in our sequence. We want to provide the opportunity for all of our students, and in particular for our students of color, to reach the advanced language classes such as AP, and to be able to gain the necessary language skills to have a chance to obtain the State of Illinois Biliteracy Seal, which officially recognizes students as being bilingual. We want all of our students to develop linguistic and cultural competence, communicate in the target language, and participate in our global society. In order for our students of color and our high achieving students to access our higher level language classes, we have to provide a meaningful, equitable, and authentic learning experience for all. We restructured our curriculum starting with our introductory first language classes. And at this level, there shouldn't be a distinction between honors and regular because all students starting to learn a language have proficiency skills that are at novice level. So our process meant that we also used backwards by design, starting with the end goal and moving backwards to creating our common assessments, where students can prove their proficiency, how well they are using the language. And we chose this design also because it is one of the core practices for effective language instruction that relies on thinking purposefully about teaching and learning. We identified the big ideas of a unit and essential guiding questions. We designed performance-based tasks and assessments to measure student progress, where they demonstrate their proficiency in the language, and we created day-to-day learning tasks to develop their language skills. All of this in detail means that our curriculum is rigorous. We aligned our learning targets to meet the world readiness standards for learning a language, which is a roadmap to guide our students in learning how to communicate in the language. This roadmap provides us with the use of authentic and relevant material connected to common themes in our classes. For example, the first quarter unit theme is family and community, and some of the guiding essential questions are: how are families defined in different societies? What role do greetings and introductions play in a culture? And what do leisure activities and pastimes reveal about a culture? Students learn and see the language in real use through things such as actual sporting event tickets, event brochures, posters, school schedules, grocery receipts, commercials, news reports, children's books, short authentic videos, etc. And with all of this, we teach grammar and vocabulary in chunks and in context so that students can learn how to convey the message instead of learning just conjugation charts and vocabulary lists that are unrelated to the topic or unrelated to really learning how to use the language. With this restructure, students are able to connect and make comparisons of their learning to their own experiences and their own culture. They can demonstrate how much of the language they know in the 4 essential communication modes, which are reading, listening, speaking, and writing. Students also show proficiency at the end of the unit with what we call integrated performance assessments. And these performance-based assessments include short reading passages and listenings, where students identify key vocabulary and grammar structures. They identify the main idea and explain key details. They also write short summaries on the reading and participate in speaking interviews with their peers and their teacher. But before students can reach this point, this assessment point, they practice all 4 communication skills with a lot of targeted and individualized feedback that helps them improve on the skill or the skills that they need to improve on the most. Students also assess their own learning and decide along with the teacher what points need more in-depth language practice. In the following slides, you see a sample proficiency benchmarks for novice level language learners. An introductory unit. This is our level 1 span, the one they started with this quarter. And a rubric that allows students to self-assess and guides them in their learning process. Okay, this information, the unit, the benchmarks, gives students details on what they will be able to do and how they can assess their mastery of learning targets. It's individualized student learning because they know where they are in the learning process, and it helps them know what supports they need to progress. This also establishes high bars for learning each language skill and provides learning challenges for both our students of color and our highest achieving students. All of this is relevant because it is proficiency-based learning, and all of our students demonstrate what they know and what areas they need to improve on. This is an equitable practice because it meets the student where they are in their learning. Teachers are teaching the language using comprehensible input, where students are able to understand most of the spoken and written target language. And it eliminates strategies such as only memorizing for the test. And at this introductory level, it uses real-world relevance strategies where students identify, understand, and use familiar phrases to interpret reading and listening. Students are learning and speaking about culture from real culture, not just passages in the textbook. A specific example from this quarter is that students learn how to talk about themselves, their family, and their school. And at the same time, they're comparing and contrasting with what other students are like in other countries. Proficiency in a second language learning is culturally responsive because students demonstrate what they can do with the language. We teach everything that is grounded in meaning, and when our learning is meaningful, we tend to retain more and we can use the language. This values student voice, their individuality, their contributions to the class, and they are learning to use the language in real world situations. Students can provide evidence of how much they can use the language. An example coming up soon is comparing and contrasting the popular holiday and tradition of Halloween and Day of the Dead in Spanish class and Halloween and All Saints Day in French class. And a product where students will have the chance to show how much they know. In French class will be an infographic where they'll create an infographic to compare and contrast the holiday and the traditions. Another example is the physical Day of the Dead altar that students create in their Spanish classes. They talk about the traditions and meanings of the holiday, and they get to honor their own loved ones who passed. In this example, this is an example of how our students in level 1 are able to participate in an authentic cultural experience. They learn about others' perspectives, share their own, and they're able to recall and understand facts about this cultural holiday and traditions. So what have we learned so far from our students this quarter is that they are having a positive experience. We have also surveyed our students and the filtered results by various demographics. We also did not find differences among demographic groups, and the results were largely positive. For example, 93% of our students agree that they connect their language learning to life outside of the classroom. 90% of students feel a sense of belonging in the classroom, and 95% say they are encouraged to share their ideas about things they are studying in the class. My team has also mentioned that the restructured curriculum is providing a solid foundation for the beginners in the class. It provides all students opportunity to show their language skills. They're using fun and meaningful activities that also connect with their other classes and life outside the classroom. They believe that they think that teaching languages, it looks like it's coming alive because they're using authentic materials and not made up scenarios from textbooks. So finally, I'd like to end by sharing that this new format of teaching languages uses high leverage strategies that are committed to our students learning a second language. We are working with a fluid curriculum, and this allows us to reflect and evaluate our practices and reflect on our students' learning. Most importantly, this curriculum provides all of our students equal access and opportunities to learn the language and use it in their future careers and personal lives. The Curriculum restructure makes all student owners of their language learning, including our high achieving students and our students of color. At this introductory level, both have an opportunity to achieve the highest language level possible in our language sequence. Thank you, and we will now hear from Mr. Brian Coleman, who will present English.
Claudia. Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share some background on the restructured freshman English curriculum. But before I begin, I want to acknowledge that I'm new to this position. It's my third month. So much of what I'm presenting tonight is the work of a curriculum team that has worked for a very long time, 9 teachers who have taught both levels of this curriculum, honors and college prep. And they've done a lot of really hard work, and I'm happy to present their work. I'm going to do my best to share this information as clearly as I can, and I'm going to answer the questions as best I can, but I just want to recognize I'm learning a lot. It's a great place to learn and grow. Process of restructuring the English curriculum began in 2018 after a comprehensive data review that included student focus groups. This data indicated a clear need for more equitable curriculum in the English division. A curriculum team was established, and they centered their work on 3 goals: ensuring a common curricular experience for all students, identifying diverse and relevant texts, and providing writing opportunities focused on multiple purposes. The curriculum writing team began by identifying 12 focus standards for the freshman year. The team used the Common Core State Standards, which are national goals and expectations for students that were adopted by the Illinois State Board of Education in 2010. There are 42 Common Core State Standards, but by choosing to center the freshman curriculum on the 12 most important standards, we are able to build a foundation all students will need to be successful freshman year and throughout their high school career. After identifying the standards, the curriculum team articulated learning intentions, which are the specific skills students will need to learn and continue to practice until they have achieved mastery, as well as success criteria, which are the ways students can demonstrate their progress and mastery of skills. Finally, the team developed common activities, assessments, and best practices in order to create common touch points and opportunities for collaboration and holistic monitoring so that adjustments can be made. The restructured English curriculum will be rigorous for all students. It is rigorous for all students. Our curriculum demands students develop a strong core of English language arts skills in order to improve their reading, writing, speaking, and listening. Students will regularly be asked to argue, analyze, synthesize, and create, as articulated by the curriculum's learning intentions and success criteria. One key component of the restructured curriculum is that student writing will be organized over time into portfolios, which will require students to reflect on their progress and engage more deeply in an authentic writing process over time. Student portfolios create a growth mindset, allowing students to see themselves as more capable writers. A portfolio approach will also allow for a more individualized approach to improving every student's writing skills. The texts in the curriculum provide a wide range of lexile levels and genres, and students will be required to learn and apply many reading and writing skills as they consider and respond to the rigorous texts. This curriculum will be challenging to all students because it requires them to engage in the highest levels of cognition, and there are high expectations for both proficiency and mastery. On this slide, you can see a large rubric and a small rubric. I want to start with the larger rubric. This is the rubric for the quarter 1 writing assignment, in which students will be required to create their own personal narrative. It demonstrates that students will be expected to demonstrate mastery in developing a theme, creating a fully developed characters, organizing and developing the writing, employing effective narrative techniques, and showing command and mechanics. Smaller rubric on this page is part of the practice activity that students will complete as they prepare to write their narrative. This specific rubric assesses a student's ability to incorporate sensory imagery, which is a component of organization and development. By using these in tandem, teachers will be regularly checking on students' progress and will be pushing students towards mastery of every component of the writing assignment. We know that success in AP language and AP literature require that students are able to operate at the highest cognitive levels. They need to be able to create, they need to be able to analyze, they need to be able to synthesize. Our freshman curriculum prepares students for that work from the first day. Our teachers are conducting action research as they implement the restructured curriculum. And while they are now in the process of collecting data on student performance, they were able to share some insights into the ways the restructured curriculum is rigorous for all students. First of all, the curriculum puts focus on critical skills. One teacher said, students completing this curriculum will be developing important skills and products. The construction of the curriculum using backwards design and focus skills will improve instruction. You can't teach well if you don't know where you want to end up. The curriculum allows for creative approaches to instruction and assessment. Another teacher said, the curriculum is designed to allow students and teachers to be creative. My honor students are genuinely excited about what they are doing. Often, a huge obstacle for honor students is the need to be perfect. But this curriculum allows a focus on growth. They are also given opportunities to support and influence other students. Student choice is explicitly built into this curriculum. And final comment, the curriculum allows for students to focus on the writing process. One teacher said that the work students have been producing has been of very high quality and has demonstrated their growth as writers. More than that, students have been able to produce extremely compelling work that is reflective of their own identity and their own lived experiences. The restructured English curriculum is relevant, and the texts we have chosen demonstrate this. These texts have been chosen represent a wide variety of diverse perspectives and cultures. Students will be able to find themselves in these texts, and they will also gain new perspectives. Another way the curriculum provides relevance to students is by organizing each quarter around some essential questions. An essential question is a deep, important, and difficult question used to guide student inquiry over an extended period of time. During the first quarter, for example, while students read a number of short stories and personal narratives, they will regularly be asked to consider what makes a good story, and also, what is my story? Considering these questions will require students to make connections between the texts and the way they are written in their own lives and their own emerging stylistic choices as writers. One example of how all this ties together is the way that you will use the recently published collection of stories, Fresh Ink, in the first quarter. The text includes a variety of coming-of-age stories told from the perspectives of many different characters, including Black, Latinx, and LGBTQ characters. As students read these stories, they will be asked to consider the essential questions. What makes a good story? What is my story? While employing a wide variety of analytical approaches to better understand the characters in these stories, as well as the moves the authors make to make these stories impactful. The unit concludes by requiring students to compose a personal narrative that applies what they have learned about writing and themselves. The restructured curriculum is culturally responsive. In 2020, the Illinois State Board of Education published culturally responsive teaching and leading standards. Last year, the curriculum team audited their restructured curriculum in order to determine if there were any standards not addressed, and they found that every standard was addressed by this curriculum. Some of the specific standards the team identified often include self-awareness in relationship to others, content selection in all curricula, and students as individuals. I'm going to share with you some summary of student survey results, and keep in mind these survey results were also disaggregated by the demographics we collected, and the differences among demographic groups were not found. Students in the freshman English courses that are participating in action research this year were surveyed about their experiences, and the results were largely positive. They point to 3 positive results. 94% of students feel they feel a sense of belonging in their class. 89% of students often discuss different interpretations of the things they read. 98% of students agree they are encouraged to share their ideas about the things being studied in their classes. I want to elaborate on why these survey results are important. While we know that every one of our students can be successful in school, one of the biggest obstacles for students of color is that they do not feel the school connects to their culture, their language, or their lived experience. The data review and the student focus groups I began this presentation referring to indicated our students felt disconnected from the freshman curriculum in 2018. This year, both college, prep, and honor students indicate they feel a strong sense of belonging and that they are expected to share their ideas and interpretations of what they are reading in the restructured curriculum. This curriculum allows us to provide access to rigor for all students through relevance. It will allow us to keep our promise of equitable excellence to all freshman students in our English courses. I now turn it over to Matt Patrick, who will share some updates on the science curriculum.
Hello, everybody. Last year about this time, I think I came to you all from a closet in my house to give this recommendation. And they asked me to do a reminder of that recommendation that we brought in October, November last year for review, comments, and then eventually it was approved. So our revision to our overall science scope and sequence really centered on about 3 things. We have a physics chemistry course for all that will start the freshman year. We have biology moving to sophomore year for all students. We added 3 advanced placement courses for our students into the sequence. And we also accelerated or moved up access to our advanced placement courses into the 10th grade year. I also last year talked about the reasons behind why a physics chemistry course first. And probably the biggest reason our team got behind this was we currently have students taking 2 different disciplines, biology or physics, in the 9th grade year. Our students who take biology are taking it at 3 different levels. And one of the things that we've come to realize is that the learning outcomes that result from our 9th grade students are highly variable. Doesn't mean that they haven't gotten something positive out of their learning experiences. It just means that it's very different. And their preparation and ability to perform in their 10th, 11th, and 12th grade courses sometimes is not what we would like it to be. So by standardizing the freshman experience, we believe that we will attain more consistent learning outcomes from our students and better prepare them for success in the courses that come. We also wanted to acknowledge the fact that many of our students choose biology, and modern biology is highly based in molecular concepts. So a large majority of our students were applying chemistry before we'd actually given them a chemistry course in high school. So this sequence allows our students to get chemistry before they have to apply it in their biology courses. And then the final thing is bringing us into closer alignment with the next generation science standards and what they believe is the critical foundation for all students to get in physics and chemistry. By coming into closer alignment with the next generation science standards, we're able to move students more efficiently through our science programming, which allows them to choose more courses that they believe are relevant to them in their junior and senior year. So I also spoke to you last year about the overall features of the scope and sequence, and the efficiency of movement through our program is probably best reflected in that. We currently have many students who realize that they're STEM students and they get to senior year and they start doubling and tripling up on science courses. In this sequence, our students finish their foundational science in 2 years, And then they have junior and senior year in order to choose courses that they believe match with their aspirations and what they believe is next for them. We also believed that all of our students should have access to a college level science experience if they wanted it. And it doesn't have to be an advanced placement one. So every single one of our students has the ability to take a dual credit geoscience course starting junior year after they finish their foundational sequences in those first 2 years. So we have college experiences available for all of our kids. So that was last year, and now we're fast forwarding to this year. Over the course of the year, we now have units written. We have one unit in chemistry and physics that has actually already been taught and assessed in courses that we're running this year. And you'll notice from the two examples that I shared with you from our first units in both of those courses, some pretty traditional topics, motion for physics and matter for chemistry. But what our teachers have worked really, really hard on is helping students to find relevant and modern applications of those traditional concepts. So we have students in our physics course in that first unit actually solving the question or the problem of, is my reaction time good enough to stop the car before it hits another car while I take a break to text while I'm driving? We have students in our chemistry class doing something probably a little bit heavier, and that is, can we find a way to curb climate change, and what's your role in that matter unit? So again, both of those very traditional concepts that have shown up in science classes throughout time, but our teachers working super hard to bring modern relevant applications. And the students believe that it's working. 91% of them are telling us that they believe that what they're learning about applies to their life outside the classroom. The teacher perspective, I think, is equally important, really centered on three things. One, that they believe that the things that the students are doing are relevant and it's showing in their engagement. Two, they believe that their students, all their students, can do this work. They have evidence of that. It's showing up in the assessments from the first unit. And they believe that they're getting better and learning how to support a wider variety of learners in these classes as they teach this curriculum. And I think that is it for me.
What you just heard from each of these divisions is a thorough plan to offer all students one high-level rigorous curriculum, not merely changing which students take which courses. The freshman restructuring will interrupt the systemic inequities so that students' academic identities are influenced to reflect their potential. Therefore, while the work of refining the freshman curriculum experience to guarantee this high-level rigorous curriculum for all continues into this year, a multifaceted plan is also being focused around best practice so that during the 2022 year, we are able to implement best practices for detracting. The first, we know that lower class sizes will allow the optimal ability of our teachers to establish a community in their classes. It will allow for more personalized learning for all students. It will allow teachers to better monitor student achievement and focus on growth. We know that this is far more difficult in classes of 28 and 29. We are guaranteeing class sizes of 24. We are committed to these class sizes, lower class sizes for all freshmen restructured courses, class sizes of 24. We are also committed to intentionally looking at targeted time where students can get enrichment opportunities. Those enrichment opportunities could include things like personalized learning opportunities, extension opportunities, support, tutoring, or just extra time with one of their teachers. Professional development is also key in a detracking opportunity. We have developed a long-term professional development plan that has been initiated around 3 key initiatives. These 3 areas are all interconnected, as well as being interconnected with racial equity and differentiation. These initiatives are essential tenets of a robust and effective instructional program. For example, differentiation is an important aspect of robust curriculum and is focused on addressing students' different phases of learning, not merely providing different activities. According to Tomlinson and Moon, effective curriculum includes 5 key elements: classroom environment, curriculum, assessment, instruction, and classroom management. As part of our long-term professional development plan, we are engaging in regular learning cycles around 3 key initiatives: assessment, which is focused on facilitating and rewarding growth over time; restorative environment, which is focused on facilitating a mindset of safety and inclusivity; and instructional technology, which is focused on facilitating practices that engage our students as co-creators in their learning. This professional development plan encompasses all 5 of the key elements of a robust curriculum. Teachers who effectively differentiate engage in robust instruction to enable them to get to know the students as a person and as a learner. And then using those insights gleaned from their opportunities with students to actually maximize the learning opportunities for students. The current data already indicates that our honors classes have a significant range of abilities. It currently requires our teachers to differentiate their instruction to meet that range of abilities. As educators, we are always learning and growing. We will continue to refine our execution of robust instruction for all students. Teachers are engaging in 3 learning cycles that are going to allow time for theory, which is the actual professional development, and then leads us to practice, allowing them to put into practice what they have learned with their collaborative teams. Teachers will have time to consider how the learning, how the professional development impacts various aspects of their instructional practice. For example, recently teachers engaged in the professional development around equitable assessment with Dr. Patrick Hardy and Dr. Marzano. Following the learning opportunity, teachers worked with their divisions to put into practice their learning as they developed and contributed to the building-wide philosophy on assessment for growth. Finally, to achieve equitable excellence for all, a climate of continuous improvement must be established. This is going to require a multifaceted data strategy plan that begins with objectives and course goals that reduce course variability and ensure that our instruction is focused. This is already built in to each one of the division's curriculum plans. Next, actionable and available data that will be identified and collected uniformly. A repository for that data will be developed to enable data discussions and subsequent database decisions aligned to those objectives and goals. The continuous improvement of equitable excellence for all requires a data strategy and plan that is influenced by 4 key spheres. This data plan will facilitate our movement away from talent sorting to talent development, ensuring equitable excellence for all, which is the core of our curricular work. There's a complementary nature to each of these outer spheres, with each interaction being centered in the common understanding and belief that equitable excellence is truly for all of our students. For example, the implementation of this rigorous high-level curriculum for all requires a shift in the collective perceptions of our students' academic abilities as dynamic, not fixed. Through collaboration in adult learning, our collective efficacy and combined beliefs in equitable excellence will influence our students' perceptions of themselves as learners. As OPRF, enacts this shared belief that equitable excellence through the freshman restructured curriculum is for all students. Evaluating this work in process will continue through our data strategy plan. In addition to the overall indicators identified in the general board goal that is included later in this meeting, we have added the following areas. Progress areas, metrics, and a high-level goal. We currently have a working draft of then success criteria and the key performance indicators for each of these metrics, and we will be sharing a more detailed and complete draft of this evaluation process to the board later this semester. But also outlined here are the major areas we will be monitoring at certain points of our implementation. Each metric may consist of one or more data sources that will bring key performance indicators to inform us of our progress against the success criteria, and will also allow us to respond in a meaningful way. Our goal is when we apply our data strategy, teachers and the building leaders will be able to have a clear view of our progress toward our goals, making it possible for us to make timely data-based decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Greg, did you want to add anything to that?
Not at all, I know.
So we've been going for about 3 hours, so I'm gonna suggest a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, because I have a feeling that we'll have some robust questions that we'll wanna really delve into, so if people can be back at 9:31. By our clock, which is probably a little off, but 5 minutes.
Or make a laptop on the back. It's fine. What pause?
Today was one that what? Muffled was today.
The Zoom calling is good.
It's good, right?
You can hear me very well.
All right. Gina, Cabrini, can you hear us? Yeah, okay, terrific. So Cabrina's had his hand up very patiently for quite some time. So if he is back at his computer and wants to ask a question or make comments, I will invite him to do so.
Yes, I am back. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you to the administration and the teachers. Everyone works so painstakingly hard in developing this plan and moving towards more equitable school for our kids. And as a parent of a 2020 graduate, my daughter was an AP honors track the entire time, and she felt really isolated from her peers that looked like her. And so I'm very encouraged by this. And being a person that was an IB track over 20 years ago at my high school, which was interestingly enough, predominantly Black, but IB program was predominantly white. And I oftentimes felt isolated and actually tried to quit, but was interrupted by my mother saying, "You're not leaving this program. Not going to happen." So as we talked about this during the presentation, I heard myself and saw myself in the studies are talking about not feeling like you belong or ostracized, and I have these feelings often. So applaud you guys for that effort. I do have 3 or 4 questions. If you could bear with this, I want to make sure everyone listening, everyone here is clear on certain perspectives of this proposal. Like I applaud the central focus of teaching students to be culturally sensitive, to develop and hone critical thinking skills, and to become co-creators in the development. And I believe this is probably the most important attribute when discussing student learning. But however, grades are important based on our current educational system. So can each of you, or maybe just one single answer, share how grades will be assigned as students are essentially gathering their foot and may not be used to this level of rigor in the beginning and throughout the freshman year?
Of course. Mr. Kirkpatrick, could you start us off, please?
So we, in addition to the curriculum changes that we've made, we've also been working really hard on new grading methodologies that encourage the process of growth to be allowed to proceed throughout the course of the semester. And using methodologies that actually promote that and don't discourage it. So I'll give you a couple of specific examples. Using feedback to help students drive revisions or improvements to their work, and not doing harsh deductions to grades as they progress through them. Not unlimited retakes, but we also have some of our courses using kind of first takes, students learn from it, and then a second take that allows them to do something between the first and second take to improve their performance. So there's been actually significant changes, and those grading practices are actually in the piloting of the curriculum this year, and we're learning as we go through that, but big changes so far.
So a few key things before we have the divisions jump in with their answers specific to their division. But I think is important is our initiative around assessment, that it is focused on facilitating rewarding growth over time. That professional learning has already started with Dr. Marzano and Dr. Hardy around equitable assessment. And the idea that we have to really focus on growing our students, that everyone doesn't arrive at the same place at the same time. The objective is to ensure that our students are growing against our objectives and our goals. Once we have this district philosophy around assessment for growth, the next step will be to take that assessment to each of the divisions and look at, do our practices line up with our philosophy? So we are not completely finished with our work. As educators, we are going to continue to learn and grow in this continuous improvement process as well.
But it is very important that our practices line up to our philosophy. So as any other division heads jump in and share with you, that's the premise of our work.
I would just add that in history, we, in addition to having a practice of students working and revising their work and then earning the grade that's reflected in the revision as opposed to the earlier work or an average of the two works, the student who revises and works at a proficient or mastery level will have proficient or mastery, recorded as the basis of their grade for that assignment. So again, sort of reflecting the growth approach to assessment. But in addition to that, we have been working with a different grading scale, a 4-point grading scale that essentially, it takes a great deal of the subjectivity of grading out of the grading by, instead of offering 100 value points that can be assigned to a child's work, assigning 1 of 4 values that typically relates to a level of proficiency, right? So mastery would be a 4, proficiency would be a 3, and so on, right, out of a 4-point scale. And so that also allows us to see over time how students are growing in any given area, right? So if students are earning a 3 early on and then begins to earn 4s, that growth is what's going to be captured in a final grade. Anyone else?
Yeah. So I spoke a little bit about the portfolio structure of the freshman English curriculum, and one of the opportunities that portfolio design gives us is the opportunity to look at writing development over a long period of time. And what will happen in a portfolio model often is students might revisit an essay that they wrote first quarter, sometime in the third or fourth quarter, to see if they can apply the skills they've developed over the subsequent quarters and change that paper and make it better. So that's one way that portfolios can be applied, and also just really thinking about students reflecting on that portfolio, being able to identify their own growth, and teachers being able to identify that growth as well.
In languages, it's also very similar. We are using common rubrics, and students are often given a lot of feedback, especially in writing, and they see how many I can statements they're meeting, and they work with the teacher to get extra support with the items that they might need extra help until they get to the final IPA.
Go ahead. I know you have others.
Yeah, all right, thank you. And I did have a second question, but you answered it with your explanation, so that was, I do appreciate that. So the last question, just for clarification, Dr. Johnson touched on this in the beginning, so make sure everyone understands. So this is an honors class that all students will be in. So do all students receive honors credit?
Yes, this is a course, the entire thing is designed as honors classes, just like our current honors classes. So there's no difference in how that honors credit is assigned in our current honors classes.
Right, so I think I wanted to highlight that because that's important, because there may be some misunderstandings along that. So I want to highlight that specifically. And that's all the questions I have, but again, I just want to thank you guys for using data-driven approach and peer-reviewed research to do so, because Oak Park Workforce Community, we require and expect that from our administration, and you delivered on that. Just once again, I appreciate the hard work you guys put into this, and I'm really hopeful in this advancement. Thank you.
Thanks, Gina Orell.
Just real quick, I don't want to say a lot about this. I'm supportive. I want to thank the administration for the amount of work that went into the research. And, Greg, when we passed that policy last year that talked about having the administration step up to the plate and demonstrate a research basis for any major changes in instruction, curriculum, et cetera, I think you really stepped to the plate here. And I think you did that job. I mean, I I've been comfortable that this is the right thing to do just based on the work I do in my day job and my review of all the research on the field. But it's really nice to have the administration create such a thorough package that really highlights the research and evidence behind the approach, number one. And I think most compelling out of the case that you made was that we really don't have a purely homogeneous approach today. And what was interesting about that is we do have a significant range of learners in our honors program today. We just don't have a significant amount of diversity. And if anything is going to highlight that the system is working in a way that is structurally racist or is creating disadvantage for specific races and ethnicity, that's data that does it. And it's not that it's inappropriate to give opportunity to the white kids that have maybe lower test scores or lower aptitudes, but can still show they could handle the work. But it is totally inappropriate not to allow all students that opportunity. And I think you really made that case in a compelling way, use data to make that case. And it's one of the things that stands out as saying, if we want to make structural changes to get better outcomes across the board, you look at the system itself and what interventions in the system can you make that have a rational opportunity to create those better outcomes. You made that case, you made an evidence-based case. I congratulate you, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
You know, I have stuff. So I'll start by saying I'm strongly in favor of the restructuring. So I think it's the right move. I'm a new board member and I've been trying to get up to speed on all of this and doing some research. I know you've all been working on this for quite a long time. I appreciate all the effort and thought that's gone into it. One of the things that I read, I thought this quote helped me put into words. This was an article about approaches at selected public high schools in Chicago. Romer was saying, quote, "Find that policy which nullifies to the greatest extent possible the effect of circumstances on outcomes, but allows outcomes to be sensitive to effort." And I thought that was a really nice encapsulation of what this structuring will hopefully be doing. I also wanted to note that I love the use of portfolio grading. That's the majority of what I use in my college classrooms. It's been tremendously effective. I've moved from more traditional grading to that, and the effects have been great. And generally very pleased to hear about the growth-focused approaches to assessment. I also encourage extensive revision in my classes, and I just want to acknowledge it is time-consuming and effortful for teachers, right? Reading the same paper over and over, looking at the drafts again, it's tough. My students just handed in their midterm papers and, my policy right now is if you get a B- or below, you can revise after you meet with me and I'll just regrade the new version, and it's a lot of extra work for me. So I appreciate that our teachers are willing to take on this approach. I do think the improved results for students are really worthwhile. So I have 3 questions. So my question is about differentiation and support for teachers. The first question, this is probably the one that I'm most interested in this. So, you talked about supporting a wide variety of learners in the classroom, and I appreciate the teacher professional development in this kind of differentiated classroom. Learning how to work with that is going to be key to the success, and you are doing those trainings, which is great. In my own class, I found it reasonably okay differentiating most of the time. I might have ESL students, students with disabilities, students who are first in their family to go to college, just differing levels of academic preparedness. I did have one very challenging semester, and I had a student who had a 118 in high school and no longer had one in college. And his transition was very hard, and he would get emotionally dysregulated, get frustrated, and be crying in the classroom. And I had never encountered this, I hadn't been trained in it. And when I called the Disability Resources Office, they were very not helpful at UIC. I was quite frustrated with them. So, and I could not figure out how to effectively serve his needs and the rest of my class. And so I don't know how that plays out at the high school level, but I'm wondering whether it would be useful or whether worth discussing some sort of hiring a general purpose TAs that might rotate through the classrooms, maybe leading small group work, allowing teachers more face time with students. So that's obviously a budget line, and I don't know how that fits into general hiring practices, et cetera. But I wanted to raise that question, whether something like that would be helpful, something to think about for the future, and if so, what the budget ramifications would be. Similar, I'll just give you all three of my things and then respond to whatever you like. The second thing is similarly, the class size of 24, hold it to 24, hold the line. But the ideal class size for high schools, I was, again, quick research trying to get up to speed. They were saying 18-1, more or less. And obviously, that's often what we will find in elite private high schools, which obviously there are major financial aspects to reducing class size. And this is primarily about face time with the teacher, which is reduced as class size grows. There's so much research concluding that smaller class sizes result in higher test scores, produce fewer dropouts, and level the playing field for minorities and children living in poverty. So I guess I'd like us as a board to continue pushing at the class size issue as up as we can, right? So I'd like to see it drop further personally from 24, but and I don't know what would be involved with that. And then my third question is I was looking at what the Chicago Select High School offer, and most of that we already do and know. They said they sometimes offer colloquiums, seminars. I'm not sure this really applies to the freshman curriculum, so it might be a different part of the curriculum, but I just didn't know whether we had anything like that. So that's just a general question, I guess. That's all my stuff.
Sure, so let me start with the first one around differentiation. So I think one of the key things that we need to consider and that we are already considering, so our World Studies Immersion teachers, as well as our MTSS coordinator, are looking at how we onboard students that either are coming from a lower track into our Honors for All opportunity, or just our students that are still working on skills to get ready. We need to do a good job of onboarding, and some of that onboarding needs some structures and systems in place in the honors course, such as executive functioning skill teaching. Those things are important, and they will help our students transition into the restructured curriculum. So that really is our position, is to do a better job of onboarding our students. And I'll turn it over to any of the division heads if they want to address anything around differentiation and how we're going to do that.
So when it comes to differentiation, there's Caroline Tomlinson is a big voice in differentiation, and a lot of the principles of differentiated instruction are present in the English curriculum. I think the one that I would point to is the use of those common, I refer to them as practice activities when I showed you the rubric, but they're really formative activities. And making those common and making those regular along the way give teachers an opportunity to sort of check in and make sure students are making progress towards the larger goal. Tomlinson calls formative assessment the lifeblood of differentiation. So creating those common, frequent checkpoints along the way, and then not just waiting until the thing is due and then slapping the score on it. I think that's probably one of the biggest ways we're going to meet our commitment to differentiation.
So when you talk about common formative, you're thinking like I do scaffolding in my classes where they do like thesis statement and an outline, and so like that's the kind of thing you're talking about.
Absolutely, taking the parts and breaking them apart and figuring out, making sure students can do every single part of it.
And I would just add to that in addition to teachers providing feedback of the sort that Mr. Conant just spoke to, teaching kids to self-assess using the standards that are being used to assess them overall is also fantastic differentiation, because then the student is really getting their own head inside their own work and understanding their own current level of proficiency. And oftentimes then they're able to say, you know, of these multiple skills that we're learning, I'm gonna focus on, you know, improving my thesis or my evidence gathering, and that's really where I'm gonna focus. Because I'm choosing, right, that's the most important thing to me, or that's the place where I need to grow the most. And having them, you know, able to assess and then set their own growth goals is another important part of differentiation.
So then, unless there's someone else speaking to class size, so the research that I did, the peer reviews that I looked at, 24 was that class size. In addition to, we looked at as a group, the impact that would have on our current FTE. And so we landed on 24. But if the board wants to require me to come up with 18, I will absolutely, and I'm sure our teachers would absolutely be okay with that. But right now,
I may have to work on the rest of the board for
Yes.
that, but yes.
Right now, we landed on 24, and we believe that that is what the research said is appropriate and that we can reasonably do. And I'm not really certain about your reference to the last question, and I apologize.
No, that's okay. This was, let me see if I have a little more on that. A number of selective enrollment high schools offer colloquial or specialized seminars that allow students to explore interests that range above and beyond the standard high school curriculum. I think this is the sort of thing that's usually offered to seniors, not freshmen. So that's why I wasn't sure it was really appropriate for this discussion.
I think it is in the sense that I spoke to one of the next steps was creating intentional time for enrichment. And I believe that would be part of that time, right? Personalized learning, extension opportunities, not just handing students more work, but really giving them an opportunity. For example, as Matt referenced, looking at environmental efficiencies, right? Is that something a student could create a personalized learning opportunity? And then during that targeted time, I think so. I think that would be good. Any, Meta, go ahead.
Yeah, I can just quickly talk about that. We have done similar stuff to that. So probably the best example would be synthetic biology. We call it a club, but it was for students who chose to be a part of it. And what they were asked to do was to use concepts of genetic engineering to solve a problem that mattered to them in the real world. And they did a theoretical build of a microbiological system to help produce a solution to that. So the challenge, as Dr. Firenze has said, is a lot of times in our current schedule, it becomes very difficult because you have a lot of competing entities like extracurriculars and other stuff. So all the kids that would want to participate in something like that aren't always able to do that. So building times in the schedule that allow them to do things like that, and there's probably examples in every area.
Thank you all.
All right, Gina, Fred, Tom, who wants to go?
I'm ready.
Sure.
Wait. So I didn't realize how much of a culminating evening this would be for me. And I can't imagine for you educators, so my hat's off to a tremendous amount of awesome work thus far. And we're now in the marathon analogy, we now have made our way to the starting line. Okay, so now all we need to do is run 26.2 miles, okay? But that's okay, it's you're fit and talented. So, and to those who have been, you know, the beacons and voices of, you know, Jack Moore, Dr. Pruitt Adams, all the thing, they're smiling as they see this discussion, I'm sure, okay, because I'm smiling. You know, because when I first started in this gig, there were like two things that just kind of, we gotta do. we gotta eliminate barriers, and we gotta standardize our curriculum. I mean, I think I heard that the first day I walked into this building as a board member or whatever, 9 years ago. And to hear both of those, and they're two very different, but two huge things, and I think you've done a good job of articulating and emphasizing how much of it is really about standardizing curriculum, which is tremendous amount of work, but then the importance of eliminating barriers. So all this is great stuff. Now I'm flipping it over. So as a board member, what's our job? Okay, and I'm just trying to correlate. So one, okay, policy, and there have been policies put in place, and our racial equity policy is a cornerstone to some of this. So okay, move on. Approve decisions, and I, Matt, you were right. You were in your closet, or where were you?
Okay.
So we have approvals still to be done, but pieces are approved, and we've got work to do, but we're on the verge, so that's good. And then, I love in your, this is where I'm not an educator, but as a scientist, the continuous improvement, PDCA, all of that reference is where my head's at, because the third is monitor. And so as we look at this, as I look at it, the question is, it isn't gonna be perfect. It might not even be right in some places, but that's okay. But how do we monitor and how do we adjust? So that's, my head is up in that place, and I was thrilled to hear reference to it. I look forward to the metrics that are there or that are going to be set, because we've got to know when we're on course or when we're off course, because it's about as much about being able to adjust versus go into a ditch. So I think you've covered it, which really in my mind to kind of put a question there, or what I would want to hear is, and maybe a little different spin than Mary Ann, but it is about resource support, but maybe not how do we add, how are we going to redeploy, okay, resources that can help align. We are very a resource rich entity, okay? But are the resources that we have aligned with this? Probably not right away. So I would like to hear more about, and not today, but I'm just saying as we go through this journey, maybe at mile 2 water station, okay? Is more about how do we need to redeploy or resource to make sure we're supporting it. And even the comment from earlier about was it the 5th quarter, right? I mean, even the link to summer school or the 5th quarter to provide, how do we bring that together? So that's the one need. And then the second one, which I think you kind of touched base on and you've already articulated that you will be presenting, which is what are the benchmarks? What are we going to be looking at to say, yeah, we're moving in the right direction, okay? Or we're not, and we need to adjust quickly, because you can get off course. If you go off course at the beginning, you can be in a bad place, but if you monitor, so I'm in the monitoring mindset, because I think we've done a lot of the heavy lifting, and I'm greatly pleased to see it and tremendously appreciative of the collective efforts of all the educators involved. So.
I'm actually gonna go next just because I want to jump off of what Tom was saying. So I echo everything everyone has already said, and I will not make this also through them again. However, one thing I am very curious about, so we looked in the spring at sort of a loosely done evidence-based funding rubric, right? To sort of see where we were allocating our resources and what we may need more of and have too much of. I don't want to hold us to that too tightly because I recognize it's not really the way that tool is supposed to be used. It was more of an exercise to kind of better understand, but even at that time, it seemed to me that we maybe had too few teachers. And so the eyes that lit up, as I was sitting here, Miriam was talking about 18 students per class. I want to know from you what's best, and if it's 24, that's gonna be 24, right? But whatever you tell us is the best ratio of students to teachers is what I want us to have, right? So I think you would have at least robust board support for discussion on it. So please, when Greg was even brand newer, I sort of said, think big, right? Like think big. What do we need to do to support our students and to support our teachers in the work? Like, let's do it, right? If there's something that's unnamed, some sort of elephant in the room, let's just talk about it, right? So if this happens to be one of those things, I just would invite you to cogitate, come back if there's a recommendation to that.
Thank you very much, and I just want to point out the enjoyable it is to hear that after a presentation like this, being told, hey, think big. So thank you.
Ultra marathon.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, thank you very much. We have some work to figure out what those resources might be and how they can be allocated, but what I hear is an open door for the conversation, and I think everybody there appreciates that at a level.
It's about students.
Absolutely.
Fred or Gina? Whoever, I lost
I
my
will,
view of Gina, so
I don't know, Gina, are you ready or
It's
you want me to
here,
go
but I
or?
think I lost my screen, so you flipped around.
Okay, I'll go. I didn't hear from Gina. First of all, I want to thank you. Actually, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Joy Lynn, who's online. I noticed she's listening in and say hello and just a reminder of the conversations we had in our interview process and the commitments that we made. So I feel a lot better than I did back in a few years ago, 2019, going around on those town halls, because that was clunky. And you guys have done a lot of work, and you've answered a lot of the concerns that I had at that point in time. You also, you nailed it on the evaluation, the expectations that I've been talking about over the last few months. I'm gonna be very interested to see what those metrics look like. I think Tom hit the last two buttons, so I won't repeat, but the monitoring and adjusting, it's important stuff. I do have a specific question. It's on the front page of our 42-page light reading. When you're talking about the test scores, and the 8-9 test scores, let me go back to the sentence about 2019, where students are between. Those honor students have a very wide percentile, from 25 to 99. And it talks about 80% of our students meet or exceed those benchmarks. What are the benchmarks? I mean, what does that mean, the benchmarks? I mean, what's specifically are we talking about? And
you're asking for an explanation of the college readiness benchmarks?
Yes. Yeah,
So
just
this is Ms. Kristen McKee, the
Yes.
data analytics coordinator.
Are you talking College Board?
yes, the PSATs.
So there's the way that they look at it is a range of scale score. I don't have the scores right off the top of my head, but basically there's a once you hit, and then Julie Lamb's back there, she knows, but once you hit a certain scale score on the College Board, they deem you meets benchmark.
So are you asking what that benchmark is?
I mean, just in layman's terms,
Yeah,
all right. What does it really mean that we have 80% of our kids hitting the benchmark? What is it? Are they college ready? Are they performing at grade level? What does it mean?
I would say that you would tend to say that, I know the college board would like me to say that they are college ready. So I will say they are college ready, but really how it speaks to us, because it's PSAT, right? So you're not
Yes.
college ready at PSAT. It's that you are meeting what we consider grade level expectations, okay? And you can use the word proficiency, right? And generally speaking, and I think that those meet standards correlates, and don't quote me absolutely on this, around the 40th percentile. So generally speaking, once a kid is consistently hitting 40th percentile or above, we're pretty confident that they have skills to access in general, their grade level curriculum.
And so, can I add one piece to that? I'd like to add that, I understand as well that it's a predictive measure. And we understand that, it basically suggests that these kids are going to be able to achieve hit a level of proficiency at a college level course when they get there. And so what that means is roughly, what I interpret that, a crude percentage-based scale, which we already heard, particularly in Amy's answer, is problematic in a number of levels, but on a percentage-based scale, about 75% likelihood of being successful.
Yeah, that's one thing that SAT, though, benchmark.
Correct.
So let me follow up a little bit. As we are now post remote learning, and hopefully we're coming out of a pandemic and COVID and all it entailed. Do we have the data of what it looks like post remote learning? When are we gonna be able to see that? And do we have data on the current 8th graders? And where they're at? Are they looking the same as what we've looked at historically?
So to answer your first question, do we have data currently, the fall benchmark data that Lori shared, that range data, that is actually from this year's benchmark. So we administer Renaissance Learning Star reading and Star Math to all freshmen 3 times a year. And we administer it pretty quick in the year so teachers can get access to understand where their kids are at. I will tell you that generally speaking, because academic skills stabilize a lot as kids get older, we haven't seen a wild fluctuation in what we would expect typical 9th graders to come in with. That's a general statement. I am not here to say that there aren't students who've lost skills based on their circumstances. But when you look at the research that's out there, you're seeing the younger kids getting more impacted. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in years to come as they matriculate up to us and if their skills get remediated. And then end up that just in this 1 year sort of cycle, there hasn't been a wild, like what you would, say, oh, whoa, these kids are totally different than what we're used to. So comparing this year's STAR data to the past couple of years' STAR data, going back to what I like to refer to as the baseline year now, which is 2018, 2019. It's a pretty stable metric right now for us.
Okay.
Can I just add, Fred?
I really like to talk to
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
administrators.
Sure, sorry.
And then if you've got a comment.
No, sorry, Ed. Go ahead.
So the 8th grade information, do we have that yet?
We have it? The answer probably yes. It's just with the data. We just received it like this week, I think, from most of our center schools. It's not been analyzed.
Okay. The other great concern I had early on in this had to do with our lower end testers or kids. And I see that you've got the overlap, all right, but that small gap on the group of kids in the college prep. Now, we're not eliminating our lowest track, which is the transitions, right?
Yeah, and I also want to say that, that to say it's a lower track, it's actually an intervention level. And I want to be clear about that because they receive a lot more resources and supports intentionally based on their skills. So that program we're talking about really is an intervention program.
So my question is, though, that group of kids, all right, that doesn't overlap, all right, are they going to have special supports and interventions? Are they identified? How's that gonna work?
So you're talking about the kids who are not in our intervention level, but who are going to be in the restructured curriculum, but are falling into that lower band
Right.
of the college prep kids right
Exactly.
now. A lot of them already currently have an intervention. We have a tier 2 literacy seminar support, literacy seminar, which does do direct teaching for academic reading. It provides things like note-taking, annotating, executive functioning. So that is actually a really robust course. It's one of my favorite classes in the building actually. And so that's already in place. And there's already been talks about how do we better align our supports and interventions to make sure, not that they're like necessarily tutorials for the restructured curriculum, but that they're using maybe text from it. I just had a talk with one of the teachers from it the other day about that, and some of our as Lori referred to, talking to our intervention level, they're already saying, well, how do we incorporate this? So they're getting a lot of the same materials, but again, with that really intentional, explicit skill instruction.
Okay. And then I have one more, thank you very much. All right. I have just one more comment that I wanted to make. It doesn't really, it's not your bailiwick, it's the administrative bailiwick. I have a concern about public engagement. Heard comments tonight. We've got emails, both sides, do it, don't do it. And I just, I know that we here have been engaged for a very long time. All right, so it's been top of mind for all of us, but it's not necessarily the same in our community. Now, you know, the thing that I heard tonight was we're eliminating college prep and putting everybody in honors. Okay, that's kind of the way I get it. Am I wrong? Okay, that's fair. All right. I read a post on Facebook just before I came over here with somebody saying how we are eliminating honors, okay, and freshman honors, and we are going to be eliminating all honors and APs. All right, but that's the misconception that's out there. All right, and my question is, how do we as a district communicate with our community that that's not the case, right? That we are actually doing the direct opposite.
So there are a number of things we can say about how we could engage the community. I want to throw out there again as a public plug and also in this room, October 26th is one of those answers where we are going to do a webinar for the community to help answer questions directly, get information out. But I do also want to respond in a different way as well. Before we go further into any of those public engagements, and at no time ever has this school in any of our communications put out that we are getting rid of honors. At no time have we ever alluded to. In fact, we've always said the opposite about our AP and advanced placement courses, elective offerings, and everything, and so on. So in some ways, what your question is asking is, how do we get better communication out about information that we've never said? How do we correct information about something we've never said? And that's hard. I don't know exactly how we do that. But I do know that what we can do is communicate out consistently. This is what we are about. And I would encourage everybody right now, if you're interested in more information at home, to take a look at our Access for All webpage that has not only where we are right now in this work, or it will very shortly after this work presentation, but it also provides a nice little history of how this has progressed and evolved over time throughout the past 2 years. We have learned, as you've heard a lot in the presentations tonight, we have learned and we have evolved in our thinking about how we want to implement this. But there is some misinformation out there that is not a function of what we have put out there. It comes from some other place. And it's hard to speak against that. And it's not a matter of a lack of clarity about our messaging. It's rather something that comes from this class. So I just want to clarify or just speak to that as well, because I think that's accurate to what we're hearing. So, but I just go back to the responsibility we have as a school district to communicate with our public about this. October 26th is part of this. We think these board meetings are part of that as well. That's why we have the committee of the whole presentation before the board actually debates it for a vote in 2 weeks. But we also are spending several days as we move into November prior to 8th grade parent registration days, spending several days in November reaching out specifically to 8th grade families to help answer questions that are specific to their needs and their concerns for their students. And so there is a multi-pronged approach there as well. So, but thanks for the question. It's an important question because we're all getting those emails. Right.
Thanks, Sarah. You didn't lose me before. I was here the whole time.
No, I'm sorry, and then I lost you in my view, so I couldn't tell if you were trying to speak.
Oh, no worries. Thank you all. First of all, thank you for, like everyone already covered the comprehensiveness of your report and how important it was for you to be that comprehensive. I wanted to also recognize Dr. Pruitt-Adams, who's here in this space, because there were a lot of instances of harm inflicted upon her for wanting to move this work forward. And we heard some of it tonight, because some of the comments tonight inflicted harm on me. And on the students of color that are served by our community, by our school, students of color in our community that are served by our school. And I waited intentionally to see if anyone else in our group here would acknowledge that level of harm in the process of doing this work, but no one did. So I want to say thank you to Dr. Johnson for your courage to continue and stay the course of this work, and to Dr. Pruitt-Adams and to the team and the teachers especially, because the amount of work that goes into that went into the creation of this and the development of it, and then also putting it on the ground, man, when this is in the classrooms and they're doing the work on a daily basis for that level of differentiation, which is so amazing that it's going to be done. It's pretty fantastic. I also want to point out that as fantastic and amazing as the work is, our community is still really quite divided about this content and subject, and I would imagine we'll have a lot more conversation still about it even before the vote and even after the vote. Of course, I'm in full support, and I was not a hard sell for moving in this direction, but the pieces of information that you all have laid out that could help inform the community on why this is great work, how this work impacts students, all of our students, is really critical. So I just want to thank you for the time and the energy and the labor that you put into this, and for the people of color, the Black, Indigenous, and people of color who have put in additional labor in order for us to begin to move this work forward. I just want to honor and recognize them as well, because it's very challenging to hear that people don't want to succeed and have to hear that about students, when that is absolutely not true. So it's a celebratory moment for us that the information is here and that we were able to discuss it and look at it in the ways that we have been. And at the same time, it's a tad bit bittersweet because the work is just beginning and the conversations are going to continue to be challenging. The only question that I had, and so thank you for letting me say all of that, but the only question that I had was, what is the educators that have already have presented such amazing work. I just wanted to get a feel for the overall, departmental wise, like how is everyone feeling about this moving forward into this space? I could only imagine the excitement. And I'm just a little curious, so I would love to hear what some of those conversations have been like.
My teachers are pretty excited about what we have built, what they have built, and they're also really reflective about how much their attitudes have shifted over the course of the last few years, as they have, done the action research, right, and learned that a lot of the things that they were concerned about didn't materialize. That kids are capable of more than we were expecting of them, in a lot of ways. And also just acknowledging the fact that, the current composition of our honors and CP classes it's not that different. You saw the data that shows the range of reading scores that was for English classes, but it's very similar in history. And so like that also just gives them confidence that we're kind of already doing this. And to the point that I think it was Mr. Rashiri made earlier, the only rub there is that, the kids who selected college prep who could be earning honors tend disproportionately to be students of color. And so they're not accessing the richest curriculum that we have. So, I will speak, obviously for history, and that those folks are really proud of the work that they're doing and excited to see it move forward.
Thank you.
In languages, we are really excited, and one comparison that we make often is 20 years ago, our curriculum did not look like this. And now it feels like it's together, it's cohesive, it makes sense across all languages. And it's real because we're connecting it to the real world. And we're excited when you hear our students speak the target language, when you hear them in the halls. So.
Thank you all so much.
No problem. So I asked the freshman curriculum team to present their Q1 curriculum to the entire division just this week. And I think the presentation was met with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement. And the thing I can tell you that's the most exciting is, as we get towards the end of that presentation, teachers start sharing the work their students are actually producing. And we hear these stories that are so informed by what our students' lives are like, but so hopeful and so challenging and so real. And it's that kind of work that I think we're able to center in and really celebrate. My inbox is just bursting with examples that people have sent me of what students are able to accomplish when we ask them to create and operate on these higher cognitive levels. So I would say we're really excited.
I have a bit of a reputation of giving real answers around here, so I'm going to give a real answer. Yes, they're excited. They're also really tired. We have teachers that are being, and I'm so proud of them too. They've been pushed to their limits, to their capacity. We're back in school. It's still a pandemic. And they're dealing with some of the issues of that in their lives outside of this place and still doing this work. So when you have conversations about classroom size and things like that, it matters to them. It matters for the reason you brought up. They're now switching to evaluation methods that are really centered around feedback and spending double or triple the time scoring and helping students to move through. So I guess you kind of gave me an opportunity to encourage that conversation to continue and to think about them as humans too, and in the work that they're doing.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all for all the work you've done and we'll do moving forward.
Thank you for the presentation and all of our work. Dr. Adams, for this one. Right. Our next is insurance, right?
Yes, so, so next up is our medical and dental insurance renewal recommendations. Coming up for that presentation is Dr. Roxana Sanders, and I believe Cindy Sador is coming up as well, yes. And we have some folks online. GCG, our insurance brokers, we have some representatives in there as well to help answer any more questions about this item. As a reminder, this will be coming to the board for formal approval 2 weeks from today at the regular board. So we're a moment to transition and turn it over to Roxana and Cindy.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I just wanted to introduce Jesse Floyd, who is joining us virtually this evening. He is our lead advisor from GCG Financial. That's the insurance broker that we use, and we work with them to develop recommendations for the insurance committee to present to the board. So each year we present to the Board of Education recommendations on insurance renewals. As a reminder, all our insurance plans are on a calendar basis. So the recommendations are for the 2022 calendar year that runs from January 1st to December 31st, 2022. So as it was mentioned, these will be the preliminary recommendations, and then these recommendations will go to the board for approval during the regular board meeting on October 28th, so that we can start open enrollment shortly afterwards and be ready for January 1st. The insurance committee includes representatives from all employee groups and works collaboratively to monitor insurance costs. Since we are self-insured, insurance costs are driven primarily by claim histories. Claims make up 85% of the overall insurance budget. Accordingly, claim history is used as a basis for developing renewal projections. More specifically, our insurance broker, GCG Financial, uses Milliman actuarial services to develop renewal projections that are based on 43 months of historical claim experience and are adjusted for trend and population changes. So the actuarial evaluation conducted this year projected the need for a unified increase of 13.3% for medical PPO and HMO plans. As a reminder, last year, we did not have any increases for the insurance projections. So the need for unified increase this year is driven by substantial increase in total claims overall and significant increase in mental health claims in particular. We also had 14 large PPO claims in the current plan year through July, which total over $1 million. And out of those 14 claims, only 2 were eligible for stop loss reimbursements. In addition, we also had a significant increase in stop loss premiums required by Blue Cross Blue Shield, which was based on evaluated risk and market trends. As well, we experienced substantial increase in high cost prescription drugs. So that the initial evaluation, as I said, was 13.3% increase. Since then, GCG, through negotiations with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, were able to reduce the required increase in stop loss premiums by 1%. The result was the projected need for unified increase of 12.3% for medical insurance budget. And I would like really to commend our insurance committee, who worked collaboratively to discuss several options for medical plan changes that would help us mitigate the projected renewal increase. The committee worked diligently in consultation with GCG and came up with 3 major recommendations to the plan design changes. The first recommendation is modifying both PPO plans, PPO Low and PPO 750, to incorporate the Blue Choice Options High Performance Network. What it means is a tiered system, and it depends on what provider a member goes to. So there are tier 1 providers and tier 2 providers. If you go to a tier 1 provider, you're out of pocket and the overall cost is lower. If you go to tier 2 provider, then your costs are higher. And GCG conducted analysis of what hospitals are in the network and utilize And really the only hospital that is somewhat high is Raj Oak Park, but it's still low compared to the other major hospitals that our members are using. So this change of introducing the tiered network to both PPO plans will still allow our employees to have the choice. They don't have to only choose tier 1 or tier 2. They can go back and forth between different providers depending on what their need is. So for example, they could have their primary doctor be in tier 1 hospital, and then if they need to go to a specialist that is only in tier 2, they would be able to do so, and out-of-pocket costs are combined for both tiers, so they will not incur any additional expenses. This change is estimated to reduce the overall renewal by 5.5%. The second major change is increasing prescription co-pays, and we focus specifically on preferred brand name prescriptions, non-preferred brand name prescriptions, and specialty prescriptions. The change in increasing co-pays is estimated to reduce the overall renewal by 1%. And then last but not least, we looked at strategies for cost and risk reducing that concern working spouses. So it's a dual approach where on one hand, we would have a $200 per month spouse surcharge. This only pertains to working spouses, so somebody who has access to insurance through their employer, but they just choose to be on our plan. So if somebody is unemployed, they don't have access to insurance, they would not be charged a surcharge. And on the flip side, there is an incentive also for employees to move to an alternate plan. So that's, if they enroll in an alternate group medical plan, they will have their out-of-pocket expenses covered. That will be beneficial for employees, but it would also shift the risk from us. So because we are self-insured, we will no longer incur claims for those people who move to an alternate medical coverage. So that change is projected to have 3% increase, a 3% difference. So we were able, with all the changes that I described, we were able to move from 12.3 to 2.8%. So that's the medical. We also looked at the dental insurance, and there are fixed cost changes in dental. That's the provider that we use for dental insurance. And accordingly, projected renewal increase is 5.2%. GCG provided the insurance committee with analysis of renewal costs and network efficiency difference for dental care. And we decided to stay with the dental because going with a different carrier would result in both reduction in benefits and network efficiency. So it is recommended to renew with Delta Dental at 5.2% increase. Now I'll pass it to Cindy to talk about what this means in terms of budget and financial impact.
So the what effect it's going to have on the budget for the medical, as Roxanne said, it's a 2.8% estimated, and the estimated cost is going to be $232,758, and then also to the dental is at the 5.2% and an estimated cost of $34,688 for a total cost of $267,446. I had to echo what Roxana also said, is the fact that this committee did work very hard to looking at these costs and really working with us.
So that's our recommendation. We'll take any questions. Jesse is also to help us answer any questions if that's specific about the changes that we are recommending.
Sounds good, thank you. Bree, any questions, or Gina, Carell? No? Tom, I saw you reaching for the microphone.
Yeah, get ready.
As a sign.
Get ready for this one. No, I first thank you to GCG for, I think, providing some good information, and some good options to consider. And, you know, hats off to the team working here. I think as I listen to the recommendations, you know, they're all in the, you know, about balancing and sharing, you know, risk. I mean, the issue on spouses of this district has to bear all of the costs for both, you know, working partners. That's not always going to be a fair situation. So I think there's some pretty creative and positive solutions to try to keep what is a, you know, these are big numbers and keep it in check. So I applaud the efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you guys have done and the work of the committee to get this down. And it's very creative. I can tell you, I know a little bit about this stuff. And these are some really creative solutions. So I just want to make sure that I understand, especially you said that if somebody goes on an alternative plan, it means they're going on a different plan, and they're not utilizing our insurance at all, right? We're going to pay their out of pocket.
Yes.
Is there any kind of limitation? Because there's some really high out of pocket plans out there. Is there a limitation on how much we're willing to pay for that?
Yes, it's up to the ACA out of pocket maximum, which is, I believe it's 8,400 per individual for 2022. I don't know, Jesse, if you want to add anything to it.
Yeah, it's $8,700. And actually, if we're paying out somebody's out of pocket maximum, when we presented this to the committee, and I know I don't want to sound resounding, but yeah, you guys have a great committee that listened to everything, took it in, and Tom, yeah, thank you for that as well. But yeah, really good group to work with. We always say, would you rather pay a deductible and co-insurance, or would you rather pay somebody's claim? Right. So we'll always come out if somebody's going to actually hit the ACA maximums of 8,000. You can only imagine how much that claim would have been. So we have limits into we're using the ACA because we can truly tell or communicate to the employees that we are offering them 100% benefit.
Right. And so this really just is going to our premium costs, okay? But there's a total cost of risk in terms of what we're paying premium along with our claim costs because we're self-insured, right?
Yeah, it comes down to this. If you look at what the district picks up, a little over close to 90% of the overall plan cost. So the district budgets, if you just go to bigger numbers, total plan cost for the district divided by the number of employees, right? So you get a per employee per year cost. Roughly, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Sorry, it's a little late. But I'll just give you an example. If it's $15,000, right? The average SIRA, spousal incentive health reimbursement arrangement, which we're calling this program, has a empirical data cost of about $4,200 per employee per year. So even if that was rounded up to 5,000, we're looking at, on average, we're looking to save, that the potential is there to save about $10,000 per employee per year. It's a win for the employee because they no longer have to worry about any deductible co-insurance or co-payment or out-of-pocket expenses. So it's truly a fair plan to individuals that may be looking at, those years that are the bad claims years, right? The stack of explanation of benefits and our kitchen counters, right? So that's kind of how the plan works. It won't be.
So, but we're self-insured, so there's a loss fund that claims up to what, $135,000.
Yeah.
Get paid. So my question is, there anything that we can do, any kind of strategy that we could implement that would reduce claims? Because if you don't have the claim, you're saving money.
Yeah, we've put in
Things out there we can do.
many strategies that just in the short amount of time that we've been working with your district. We've put in no cost direct contracting through Zero. We've implemented a no cost international pharmacy program that's saving roughly, but again, your plan had such low out of pocket costs for members, there's no incentive for free. So, right, so there's like, it wasn't worth it. So as the district adjusted some of the benefit plans, I think you'll see a lot of these programs take off. Musculoskeletal care, no cost, high-end musculoskeletal care. You know, these things were just implemented last year. So we're only, what, 10 months into these launching these programs. So they're not going to flip the switch overnight. Concierge diabetes care, concierge hypertensive care. Again, we've really implemented a lot of great things last year that we're only, you know, October 14th.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure that those kind of things are being looked at.
100%.
That'll help keep long-term costs down.
Yeah, and if I may add, we also talked about the increase in mental health claims. So we are discussing different options for providing some mental health supports. So we're looking at changing the employee assistance program that will offer a little more robust options to our employees so that they can engage in preventive care, and hopefully that will also decrease our number of mental health.
Great, thank you.
All right, any questions from anybody else? Okay, all right, thank you, great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne and Cindy, thank you very much.
Are we going back to instruction? I feel like that makes sense. Finish out instruction. So item C, course proposals for the 2022 school year.
Great, and coming up with that presentation is for a slightly shorter presentation than the previous.
Significant. So the course proposals for the 22-23 school year include 4 additions, 23 revisions, and 11 deletions spanning across all of our divisions. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. I am going to highlight the freshman curriculum. The freshman restructured curriculum is included in this, with the addition of the physics chemistry A course, revisions for our English A, history A, and level 1 Spanish and French. Those were revisions. And then there's deletions for the college prep courses. So those have all been deleted. Those changes were obviously made to align to our restructured curriculum. A lot of the revisions in the fine arts category are to better align the courses to the changes in time, as well as to really appeal to students, to word things in a way that appeal and attract our students. Additionally, we have the addition of entertainment arts and the deletion of advanced graphic design. Again, another shift to be more relevant. So the entertainment arts is more inclusive than the advanced graphic arts was relative to the 21st century learning. We also have the addition of speech communications as an English elective. That course is designed to help students who are pursuing college or career to apply principles of communication. Pretty basic. We also are adding, which I'm really excited about, an English for career and college preparedness. This is a new course. It will align to Triton, so it'll be a dual credit opportunity for our students, so that students that matriculate to Triton will not have to take an 099 course. They will take it here and get that dual credit, going to college right away and being able to earn an English credit. We've also revised our computer applications course to reflect digital literacy, which is really more of what happens now in our world, is the idea of digital literacy. So that course is being revised with the deletion of some of the keyboarding classes. And that really is the summation of the most important shifts outside of just revisions in course descriptions. Any questions?
Questions from board members, please feel free to jump in. I'm not seeing anyone in the room with questions.
If I can, another big shout out. The digital literacy course is one that we piloted for several years in summer school.
Yes.
And we really struggled trying to find the right way to get that course into our course catalog during the school year. Kudos to the team and leadership to make that happen. That's a big deal for our kids. Thank you.
Very much. Going back down to finance, we have presentation of 2021.
Okay, for the presentation of our levy timeline, our CFO, Susan Ford.
This will be one of the shortest things that we saw tonight. This is actually just the timeline that we use for our levy. So we look for the dates when things are due. Are there any questions?
Every board members, this is something we do annually.
Yes.
Questions?
Thank you.
Facilities master plan update.
This is an update on our overall facilities master plan, which includes presentation of our capital improvement projects, project 1 and health and life safety funds, as well as our accessibility projects. Here for that presentation is Ron Anderson, our executive director of operations. And Ron, I don't know if you have anybody on the line who can chime in as well, so I'll let you introduce them.
Yes, I have FGM Architects, Josh from FGM Architects. I have Josh Warner from Pepper Construction, Fred Bruce, our Director of Building the Grounds, and Ashley Stapleton from Pepper Construction. I'll share the screen on that. Okay. As a background, the facility master plan consists of 4 elements. That is project 1, the capital improvement, CIP, capital improvement projects, also the health and life safety and accessibility. So all those combined makes up the facility master plan. For 20 through 24, consists of all of our projects, consist of all of project 1, all of the violations from the 10-year health and life safety plan from 2017, some of the CIP items, and some of the accessibility items. So during the design phase of project 1 and the 21 through 23 projects, there were multiple presentations made to the board. So throughout this presentation and throughout the memo, I included the projects that were done in 2021, the projects that will be completed in January, the projects that will begin in January, also the projects that will start in the spring, the projects that will start and be completed in the summer 22, and also the projects that be done over the summer 23. With that, wrong screen. Here we have an updated timeline, which gives you a graphical presentation of what I just said. Make this a little bigger. Here you can see all the items that was completed over the summer 2021. We still have punch list items. When I say completed, I mean substantially completed. So they're not closed out yet. We still have certain punch list items. As they get closed out, this will be updated as well. So the items that we have substantially complete are the ones in yellow, and you'll see that those are the Welcome Center, the my readers out. It's a little small one here. Okay.
It's just the time, it's just the time.
Okay. The special education phase 1, the classrooms and office renovations phase 1, the alternate washrooms on the north end of the building, capital improvements, health and life safety, the common balcony alternate, and also the classroom renovations. Coming up inside of January, actually, the ongoing is the SRC, and coming up in January is the, you'll see the actual fill-in classrooms, which I'm gonna go through all of these as we go through a memo. I just want to give you a graphical presentation of all of the items that's on the updated graph. This one. See it. Okay, I have Pepper who will go through the phasing plan and show which and explain to you which parts of the building will be done. Actually, Josh.
So this is Josh Warner with Pepper Construction. So we kind of broke the building up into 4 colors to help kind of distinguish the year or the phase that we're doing it. So green, for the most part, just represents the South Cafeteria SRC area. The blue or purple, that's what we just completed here at the summer of 21. Then you have the orange, that is your summer of 22, and pink, which is summer of 23. The area that kind of falls without of the summer is what we talked about is I guess we were calling it the library infill phase. So once the cafeteria and SRC is wrapped up at the end of this year, we'll move you in there, and then kind of during the school year, we'll start that renovation. So if it's easier to kind of walk you through the floors, like I said, the big blue area that you see right here on the first floor, that was the commons and main entrance that was completed this year, along with the special ed phase 1. When you go to the right of that area, the orange area, that's special ed that we'll be doing here in the summer of 22. And then as you look at there's your 3 bathrooms that kind of take you up that hallway right there. So the all gender bathrooms were all done this last summer, all 4 floors. So we're going to be doing the summer of 22. We'll do all 4 floors of your women's restrooms, and then summer of 23 we'll do all 4 floors of the men's restrooms. So you can go to the next floor, Ron. So pretty similar here. The blue area, that's your second floor commons area that we completed this summer. The orange areas, which for the most part are classroom renovations, those are the classrooms that we'll be renovating this upcoming summer of 22. The kind of light purple area now that you see up in your upper right corner, that's the library infill area that we were talking about. So the second floor is where that starts. That area, generically, it's right after the start of the new year. Pepper will actually kind of start in there. I think January 14th is the actual start date you see there. And then the other piece you kind of see that I didn't reference is summer of 22 is also, we're going to replace the freight elevator. Floor 3, a lot of the same. Once again, blue areas are the classroom areas that we completed this last summer of 21. Your orange areas for the most part are classrooms. Again, that's summer of 22. You see how the 3 different bathrooms are broken up similar to each floor. And then this is floor 3, the light purple area that we'll be doing in the January 22 phase for the library infill. And then 4th floor, once again, it's really just classrooms. You see, we have we got some classrooms that we did here this last summer of 21. And then for the most part, it's classroom of 22. When we take your freight elevator offline in the summer of 22, we kind of lose access to the 4th floor. That's why you see no classroom work on the 4th floor happening the summer of 22. And then once again, we kind of have your attic space that's above the library infill area that will also be starting in January.
And this also is the reason why we have summer school on the 4th floor, because the purple was done over last summer, and the 2022, we're not doing the classrooms until 23, the pinkish areas. So that frees up most of the 4th floor for summer school.
Yeah, and then for the most part, we did a whole bunch of tuck pointing. We kind of started at spring break, this last spring break, for tuck pointing and roofing to get our first phase for roofing and tuck pointing out of the way. Based on the amount of tuck pointing we got done, we got a good jump start for the roof. So the plan is the summer of 22, we will finish up all remaining roofing and tuck pointing that's associated, at least with Pepper's contract. That gets you kind of through your 2023 scope.
As I stated earlier, you can see the items that was done over summer of 21. I added a few photos in here so that everyone could see some of the areas that were completed. You can see the entry to the building. And actually this photo will be updated since this photo was taken. The marble face with the shield is now on the front of the Welcome Center right there. And also the crest is inside of the middle of the Book of Knowledge now. That's been installed. You see the second floor, hallway and balcony.
Just to be clear about that last photo.
Which one?
It's not that it's really, really small. It's that it's not in that photo.
Right.
But it is downstairs right now. That literally was just installed.
Right. And it would take up the center, that center.
It looks great.
The centerpiece. Then you have the balcony area here. A longer view of it. And the whiteboard is now installed on the back of the Book of Knowledge right there, so that classes can be held here. It's just a wide angle view of it. This is the side view of. You can see the balcony area. You can see the landing area, and also the new wall covering for the what do you call the wall?
Tradition of Excellence.
Tradition of Excellence wall is being installed as well. This is just a sample of 2 of the classrooms. You can see the new marker board desk in there, new carpet, and we have projectors coming in. It's going to go on the colored walls. And moving down to the summer of 22, we had work that was done as well. So on an annual basis, we review the capital improvement plan and either add things or take away things and add the different topics. So here, I'll open the whole entire thing up so that you can see it here. Make that bigger. we wanted to make sure that you saw that through the legend, that we grade out the areas that was completed, substantially completed. These items aren't 100% until all the punch list items are completed and everything is satisfied. So you have the gray items that's completed. You have the red, which is safety concerns. There are problems that's coming up or their ongoing problems. You have the yellow, which is the critical projects. Critical usually means that we're going to experience some sort of functioning issues. And then we have orange, which is the end of useful life. That means that it needs to be replaced, but we have a little time. We have the lime green, which is accessibility. You have the dark green, which is the opportunity to save funds by completing a project along with another project. For example, we have the replacement of the turf field across the street, and we have some electrical for the cameras that the fiber needs to be put under the field. So that's a great time to do that instead of tearing up the field after doing it the first time. Now, everything that's under the black line is after the 5-year plan. So we budgeted only according to the 5-year plan so that we could stay in line with the business office and their funding. So this is budgeted in the budget until 2026 to stay in line with Cindy and make sure that we're not out of line with what she projected to the board and what she presented to the board. The star items, the lines that have project 2 with an asterisk next to it, and also in the comment area, they will be removed from the list and added to project 2 once the board approves project 2. And if project 2 is not approved, this is the estimate that we have, the estimate that's listed. Not saying that any of the stuff is not going to be taken off, but we want to make sure that this stays on the board radar, because if we don't, if something happens to something, anything that's emergency, like the pool area, something like that, the board needs to know exactly how much it costs, because we're grandfathered in right now. So we have to do any major repairs or anything like that, we have to shut the pool down and do the entire thing and bring up the code, the current code, which will affect the curriculum and the sports aspects of it. Now, and that applies to also any of the rest of the phases. As we go down and we're adding things in, any of the imagine phases that aren't budgeted yet, we'll add them in here so that the board sees how much it costs. And then when those projects are funded, they'll be removed and put into the imagine projects. So the Student Resource Center, which will be completed this January, I added a few pictures here to show what it, actually this is, all of the windows are in now inside the exterior of the Student Resource Center. So if you ride past down, what's that? Linden, you'll see that all of the front glasses are in now. Everything looks different every single day. So all the a lot of the items in here look totally different because a lot of the drywall is up and some of the ceiling is up.
Well, and the learning stairs are in. The final finishes aren't on it, but the studs, the plywood, everything, the shape's all in place.
Tours are available to board members upon request.
Yes, so this right here is learning stair. That's what he's talking about. Josh, this is the cafeteria view of the raised seating. And this is second floor, the tutoring center, which looks totally different now. Everything on a daily basis, these things look different. And this is the penthouse up top where the AC unit and the boiler will be. Now, the approved, here's the furniture. I have Susan from Four Space here that'll go over the furniture that's that's going into those areas in the SRC.
Hello, everyone. So starting off on the first floor, there's the south cafeteria. This is the floor plan view of the new furniture that'll be going in. Ron, if you want to scroll down, the next 2 pages are renderings for the new floor layouts and the density for the new seating and tables going in. Second view here. Then we go up to the second floor SRC. And then here are some of the classrooms on the second floor. This is motivational mentoring. There's several of these small group rooms, breakout rooms. This is the maker studio that's in the back of the SRC, second floor. This is the help desk classroom. This is the enrichment room. In-school credit classroom. That leads us into the third floor SRC. These will be the new library and workstations. This is the central classroom on the third floor. This is an overall view of the new library shelving with, you can see some breakout student spaces. This is the reading room that's in the back of the third floor. And then the next couple slides are actually a couple different breakout spaces that'll serve for different kinds of seating through the third floor. So this is some of the high tops that go around learning stairs. Lounge areas, there's several of these around the floor. And then again, a couple other lounge spaces throughout the third floor.
Okay. So right after the SRC construction is completed in January, we'll begin right away on the infield classrooms, which are the classrooms that will take the place of the current LRC and the current makerspace. And right after, so the screen, right after the boys tennis season, will begin the tennis courts. That project will end in August, but it will begin directly after the boys tennis season. So during the summer of 22, we have the completion of tennis courts. We have renovation of the north restrooms, which is the window restrooms, the freight elevator, electrical upgrades, year 2 of 3. Year 2 of 3 of the fire alarm / aircon system upgrades, on-ground roofing, and also the tuck point. (2023), as we stated inside the phasing plan, would be the classrooms, renovations, electrical, and health, life safety, fire alarm items. Now, the fourth part of the facility master plan is the accessibility survey. So within the accessibility survey, we broke it out into numbers of items on each floor because the spreadsheet for it is so robust. It would be very confusing. I can get it open. Here we go. Okay, so we have multiple items identified within the accessibility survey. So we broke out the total number of issues. You'll see needed issues within the legend. say for instance, on the first floor, we had 269 issues identified, second floor, 184 issues identified, and so on, going straight across to the right-hand side on the first line in the bottom spreadsheet. So we had items that we identify as contractor work after going through all of the items. Contractor works, what needs to be done by a contractor due to the scope of the project or projects. In-house work, that's all the items that our staff did in-house to knock off items on the list. And you can see that we did 181 items on the first floor, second floor, 140, third floor, 141, 74 on the fourth floor, and 81 within the stadium. So we did as much as we can in-house according to our skill level. Items that's completed. We have those number of those listed out. Infeasible due to any number of reasons, including but not limited to the current use, limited footprint, and significant structure modifications. The architects had helped us identify all the items that was infeasible, meaning we couldn't do those in-house, or it's not feasible to do them as a project. We have items that was tied to project one, which they were designed and bid in conjunction with the 21 to 23 construction. So they're part of the facility master plan items that was all inside of those identified items that I named earlier.
Is there, just in the interest of all the other items that we have going forward, is there anything else really with the accessibility survey that you want to make sure we really get before we open up to questions?
No, that's all. I was just making sure that they saw how we're doing things in-house and how we through the legend, how we judged if it was feasible to do them or not.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Questions?
And it's quick, I think I just want to be sure I understand this chart on the capital improvement plan. The phase 2 items, the red ones are the ones that are most urgent, right? Those are safety concerns that need to be addressed imminently, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then orange is, I'm sorry, yellow is next most urgent, the critical projects.
Yes.
Then, okay, and then orange, something will need to be done.
End of use of life.
Yes, okay, then we have some time. So the way this is going to work, I don't know at what time this comes up for voting, the phase 2. Can I just get some time? Sorry.
No, it's a great question. So we right now have various funding options for phase 2 that need consideration by the board, which will affect it now. And we are in a this semester we plan to present to the board, but we also have a potential property acquisition that the public and the board is aware of that will affect that time. So we know exactly where that would be at. We are in a bit of a pause.
Okay. The critical, the safety issues, those can, I understand they're important for safety, but they can wait a few months. Like, we're not gonna have bits of roofing falling on people. I'm seeing, let me make this bigger so I can read what it is, like, roofing phase 5, is listed as a safety issue. I'm assuming it can wait a few months for otherwise, and until we get this stuff sorted.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering how safe safety is.
Anyone else want to just jump in?
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
That's one is, it's been mentioned, but when we're talking about phase 2, I would like to see, we still have some remaining pieces from project 1, specifically the extra classrooms and how we get them into this. So I know we've mentioned that, but and the second point is we're in a supply chain pandemic issue. So Okay, how has it impacted us in this work?
John, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I mean, we awarded it so long. I mean, we tracked the procurement of everything. So a lot of the material we had in advance. We do have a couple of univents that are like in your sound room from 2020 that we just installed some temporary units. So the final ones come. I think it's 2 units we're talking about. The big thing you're seeing a lot of with the delays in construction is steel, which we don't have much of moving forward. And then roofing material, which when we released the first phase, and obviously we realized what was going on, we ordered all of that material. So it's all currently sitting in the roofer's warehouse waiting for this next phase to come.
Very prudent, nice job.
Yeah, thank you.
Others?
Yeah, I've got a few questions and then I have something to say. Now, understand this, looking at this timeline, right? This is inclusive of project 1 and capital improvement projects, all right, capital improvement projects and life and safety, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this tuck pointing and the roof business that's not part of project 1, that's just a capital improvement.
Yeah.
That's what's meant in here, okay. And then also, I believe the basement was under capital improvements and not under project 1, right? Okay. I mean, pretty blunt in that, my jovial self. I'm really disheartened by this facilities plan. Any attempt to connect this to the Imagine process is absurd. All right, this capital improvement plan is a wish list of projects, and it does not make clear reference to how each item relates to items in the accepted Imagine facilities master plan. Some of the listed items were intentionally, the items that are listed here were intentionally not prioritized or approved in the Imagine plan. Many items were not identified by Buildings and Grounds during the approved planning process, and it showed up after the 13-month Imagine research. Others have been identified since the adoption of the master plan, which is understandable. It's an old building and new projects come up. The problem here is prioritization of projects. In the Imagine master planning process, there was a clear prioritization along dimensions described in the plan, which included student need, equity, efficiency, cost, etc. Where is the rationale for the prioritization of this list? Urgent items identified in the Imagine plan were postponed to project 2 in order to go forward with project 1, whose elements would positively affect our student body in an equitable manner. Some of those urgently needed but postponed items were pools, boys and all gender locker rooms, ADA compliant elevator on the south end of the building, athletic and PD offices, dance studio, multi-court gymnasium, and a weight room. With the exception of the pools, none of these urgent items, along with the 20 classrooms renovations that were cut of the scope of project 1, are on this list. All right. However, items that were specifically studied, vetted, and not prioritized under Imagine are on this list, including SRC cafeteria basement, interior stadium upgrades, Little Theater and auditorium renovations, and really a parking garage. We're going to talk about that again. Anyone should be able to see whether, when, how each element scheduled, completed, prioritized, reprioritized, and rejected. there was such a system in the Imagine plan, and it's disingenuous to point to this plan and say it incorporates the Imagine process because there is no relationship to what's on this paper. All right, it's unfortunate because there is a group of citizens, all right, who's invested tens of thousands of dollars, all right, to create a foundation that has the ability to raise tens of millions of dollars for the Imagine plan, which has been obviously discovered.
You know, from an Ron, do you want to respond to that?
I can.
Know.
This is totally separate from the Imagine plan. This is capital improvement plan, which is only the needs of the district. The Imagine plan is project 1, project 2, project 1 through 5. And these items are only the items that was identified by architects, engineers, and B&G.
Right, I get that.
And so they were bid together to save the district money, but they aren't identified as items of the Imagine plan. And the reason that you see the pool on here is because the pools are a high priority item that we keep bringing to the board, saying that, hey, if they happen to go, we have to replace them. We put the parking lot on here because within 10 years, within actually 7 years, the intergovernmental agreement will be over and the district will own a parking garage. So the district needs to know the options of if we have to tear it down. I mean, well, if what happens if they tear it down? What happens if we keep it? Or what happens if we build up on it? So we have to provide the options because 7 years come fast. So we wouldn't be fiscally responsible if we don't tell you guys how much it's going to cost to do those projects in advance. And that time comes up and we just have a whole bunch of money that we're asking for projects that require attention.
Right. And what I'm saying is there are the most urgent items, with the exception of the pool, in the Imagine plan are not on this list.
They shouldn't be. They're Imagine items.
But there are Imagine items that are on this list.
Which one?
All the ones with asterisks, all right, are project to Imagine items. All right, but it's not encompassing. It's not totally encompassing. You're not encompassing all of project 2. You picked and chosen what to do. Boys' locker rooms were identified as the number 2 urgent need. Okay, and they're not here. Okay. And this is problematic. And things that were not identified as urgent needs have been completed. All right, and things that were vetted by Imagine, all right, have either been completed or back up on this list. And there was an 18-month process of identifying all this, and it has gone by the wayside.
I think that as we go forward with the facilities committee, Ron, that you and I have talked about several times.
Yes.
I know we are right here to get up and running. This conversation right here is one that needs to be hashed out, I think, within that committee. So we can get back to exactly where we were with Imagine and understand that, get that on everybody's radar. Ron, this was at a time when, of course, those conversations, I mean, you were not in the district.
Right.
But that seems to be priority 1 for that facility. So I hope so.
Ralph, you have a question?
Yeah, just a couple of things. We haven't, to my understanding, approved project 2 yet. Is that correct, Greg?
That is correct. We have not, nor have we fleshed out even funding for it, much less approved the exact project.
Right. So the Imagine plan was a wonderful piece of work that took a lot of time and effort and had the contribution of innumerable community members, and it was a real value add. But then the board has to accommodate approving elements of the Imagine plan in context of the facility's extant needs. And what we are trying to do as a board, my understanding of this discussion, so once again, Greg or any other board member that's been here, correct me if I have this understanding wrong, was we were trying to get a handle on the cost of completing project one in context of the existing capital needs we knew we had before we made final decisions on what elements of project two we were going to do and whether or not we could afford them. And we were going to have a larger discussion on that. And so this report that Ron has put together is really helpful because it's identifying a number of capital needs that the building has from a priority standpoint, and that we just have to make then a decision about whether we do some of the learning improvements recommended in the Imagine plan over or instead of doing, basic maintenance that the facility needs. And that's a discussion we haven't had yet about project two. I know in project one, I will just categorize it this way. There was a bit of a misunderstanding between the board and the administration over the basement, where the board felt it hadn't approved that basement, and lo and behold, it was in there and done. And the administration felt that we had. So there was let's just say we had a misunderstanding there and a miscommunication, but an expensive one. And so that's led to where we are now, trying to get a handle on facility needs, things that we know we have to do from either a life safety standpoint or just a facility maintenance standpoint, and combine that with things that we would like to do to enhance the learning environment, and then move forward in a thoughtful way where we're both dealing with our needs and our desires. I do know that, and we were talking about having a special board meeting this summer to just discuss these things, but I think COVID-19, like it has done for so many aspects of life, mucked this one up a little bit for us as a board. But I do think maybe we should have that discussion where it's all we talk about. I mean, it's already 11:30 at night, and having productive discussions on an agenda as loaded as this gets to be difficult. Because frankly, it's just hard to stay that focused and detail oriented and strategic in your thinking processes when you're dealing with all this stuff this late at night. So what I would suggest on this, unless I'm and if I'm misremembering anything, just someone cut me off. But I think what we should do is have that meeting, and maybe the facilities committee could prepare the materials for that meeting, where we start looking at the different elements of what's left in project two, et cetera, for Imagine, and look at the things we know we have to do or may need to do to maintain the building, and start creating some new priorities based on what we could afford and what we think is the right thing to do. But I don't think we've made those decisions yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with Ralph. What we've done, there was a lot of consideration of what was actually required, what was going to be needed as far as capital projects over the course of 10 years when we were making these determinations at the time. So I also agree that I would love for us to revisit it and have a larger conversation.
That point makes sense. I just want to, that's in sync with my initial response, as I understood it to Chris.
Yeah.
Comments. We need to sit and think about this all.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you so much, Ron, for your presentation. As we all know, it's now closing in on midnight and we've all worked full days. So while I don't want to abbreviate conversations that we do need to have, I would argue in favor of trying to expedite them as much as possible, because my brain has turned to mush. Probably a couple hours ago. So thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks.
All right, we have our next item is restorative practices review Monica.
And Linda, what I'm gonna do is, if there's something regarding this presentation, this piece that you would like to get specific feedback on from the board, or highlight, please let us know. Otherwise, I'd like to try to open it up to questions that the board might have as soon as possible.
That is
Based on the
fine.
information that's there.
This is just a proposal to continue the partnership with Umoja and the work that we're doing with restorative practices as well as our SEL work.
Yeah, the only question I have, and it would be about any contract, so this is not unique to Umoja, it's just we passed a policy that when contracts were coming up for renewal with any outside vendor, the administration was going to give us some sort of performance metrics that they were going to utilize in evaluation, the implementation of the contract, so that we would know whether or not we were getting the value for it. And we were also going to be getting some information about comparative costs and effectiveness and blah, blah, blah. So obviously that wasn't included in this package for Umoja, and I just think we should get to that practice moving forward. And
Can I
start
add
doing
to
it.
that, Ralph?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Can I add to that? Because we've worked with Umoja for a while now, so I want to see some data on the effectiveness of what's already been done. In addition to what Ralph said.
D'accord.
Would that be possible before the next, so this is due to be approved at the board meeting, right, in 2 weeks?
Right.
Is that possible to do before that next board meeting, or how are we gonna mess it up if we need to take additional time? I don't know when the contract actually expires that we're renewing.
So there's no expiration date on it. I know that there's a piece of the work that's coming up in terms of one of the lunch and learns that's gonna be about circles. It's actually planned and coming up. But I believe that I could do so by the next in 2 weeks. I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Linda.
Yep.
And thanks for the reminder, Ralph, and
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have policies for first reading. Policy development, bus conduct, and conduct for disabilities, and Title I programs. Are there any questions or comments on any of those policies? Then we have one last Board of Education goal that was being sort of worked on, and this is why it's coming a touch late. I feel like this requires a conversation that I don't think I'm comfortable having right now. I don't know how others feel. But if folks want to ask questions, please feel free to do so.
Motion to table till we could have a more thoughtful discussion.
Okay, so is the suggestion, Tom seems.
Yeah, I just have one add to it
Yeah.
that would, because in some cases, this is a very metrics based goal. I think that's what's be called. And so we're saying we're going, it would be good to say we're going, where are we as a starting point and where are we going? It's in some of them, but it would be good to be consistent through all of them so that we know. That's all.
Sure, so I can work with
I see.
Ray for us on that, and then we can bring it back to the full board unless anybody else wants to ask me specific questions right now. Okay, great. Okay, future agenda items. Anyone?
Yeah, I had one. Sarah, can we at some point go back to having, get some information, maybe Dr. Johnson, from you all around the trade opportunities that our students have? And what programs we have, what programs we're considering, and what we're looking at down the road. Like, I'd love for us to get that on the agenda at some point.
Absolutely, thanks, Gina, and that's actually in sync, at least an event diagram with some significant overlap with what Mary Ann mentioned earlier tonight. So, absolutely.
All right, anything else? Okay, I am going to move to adjourn the CAL for this evening. Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposed? Okay, we now have, of course, do people want to break? Or do we want to try to just?
Plow through.
All right, just checking. Okay. Great. Okay, we now have the special Board of Education meeting, which I'd like to call to order on October 14, 2021 at 11:40 p.m. Gail, if you could please call the roll.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. Monraj.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
Mr. Henry.
Here, I couldn't hear if she's, I couldn't hear.
Mr. Henry is with us.
Oh, here.
Mr. Martyri.
Here.
Ms. Harris.
Here.
Ms. Harvey.
Yeah. To enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors, educational setting, or specific volunteers with the body, including hearing testimony and complaint lodged against an employee, a specific individual who serves as an independent contractor at a park recreational or educational setting, or a volunteer of the public body or gets legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. The purchase or lease of real property for the use of the district, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular district has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal. When the district finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the closed meeting minutes. And collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives for deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Is there a second? Second. Gail, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Mr. Martyri.
Yep.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Harvey.
Yes. All right, if everyone can please log out of this Zoom session. And then we will go to the closed session in our emails.
Okay, so, for you all, what we need is Shalima, Cindy,
Oh, we need Dude back. Is Chris still here?
Chris live like almost in Wisconsin or something.
I don't have Hatchco's, so
I just called him.
I'll avoid texting him right now.
This thing, he lives
Kristen,
super far north.
he lives.
But the advantage is you can go really fast when you're driving this
I have a
late.
customer.
Sorry, should I not have said that?
In the back of the RC
Sorry.
neighborhood, I've got a customer.
There's a
manufacturer.
convention I go to in
The
Madison
CFO
every
lives in
year.
Rockford,
If
and
I
he
go,
commutes.
like it's 2.5 hours, but if I go at night and go fast, it's 2 hours.
2 hours away. I took Hardy.
Hey, you can make it to like.
I could have still lived in Champaign.
Like.
Right.
There's about a 2-to-1 ratio of time difference.
I do need Black Dog. I haven't been down there in a
Not to
so
say that
long.
I, a
Man,
board
Fred,
member, have ever
I'm
broken
going
a speeding
down,
law,
not this
but
weekend. Next weekend I'm going down there.
The football game?
Friend's
It is a
50th
long
birthday
way.
party.
Ah.
Actually, my cooperating teacher when I student taught, it's his 50th birthday, and I'm going down to see that good man.
Yeah. I think I'm going to Bloomington next 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What's in Bloomington?
This is a preseason wrestling tournament. So.
Yeah.
Does that mean that's me? Sorry.
That's some serious feedback.
Me too.
That's not some the names, yeah.
All right.
So how's the board gonna know which student I'm talking about? Just, we don't need to know? The board doesn't need to know? Who's A and who's B? No, we're not doing that. Everyone just Google it. Google it, guys. Because you will see from the motion. I see it, right? But I'm saying like. No, we will see, they will see the motion because it's different motions. Okay, all right, I believe you. And I can just. Okay.
So soothing. Help me go to sleep. It's the melatonin of reverb.
All right, so. Some people in Zoom land hear me. Yeah, okay. All right, so we are back in open session. Gail, do we have any public comments?
Yes, one. This is from Colleen. Colleen.
So how is this not one where she would have called in? Go ahead, Gail.
As stated multiple times in the freshman curriculum restructuring presentation, the curriculum team has used the Illinois culturally responsive teaching and learning standards to evaluate and draft the new proposed curriculum. Please add this document to the reference section of the presentation and post the entire document on the OPRF website in the section freshman curriculum restructuring. This is a powerful piece of legislation and we can help the taxpayer understand where many of the team's ideas originate from.
All right, thank you, Gail. Are there any others?
No.
Okay, so now to action items. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, resignations, and releases. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Materi,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Chakowski, Dr. Mohan.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is Approval of a new community council member for the 2021-2022 school year. I move to approve Catherine Hildebrand as a member of community council for this school year. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
We have a voice vote.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, welcome aboard, Catherine. Okay, we also have an additional culture, climate, and behavior committee member. Move to approve Randy Bean as a member of the culture, climate, and behavior committee for this school year. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, welcome, Randy. All right, clinical board certified behavior analyst, BCBA. Move to approve the scope of the contractual services with Maxim Healthcare for board certified behavioral analyst up to the amount of $78,000 per year. I assume that's the annual rate. These services will be fully covered. Oh, never mind. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Michelle Blue?
Sure, I can go through you want me to summarize it very succinctly? Okay, very short. So, in a very succinct way, the special education division is seeking to, as part of expanding our special education continuum services for students that have very complex, comorbid, social, emotional, and mental health needs, we are looking to, seeking approval to hire a clinical board certified BCBA to work within that division to provide consultation and coaching ongoing, not one time, ongoing consultation and coaching and support to both teachers, both staff, as well as parents and caregivers for our students that are assignments.
Would the BCBA have supervisory duties over any other staff, or is it more of coaching?
No, the BCBA's work is indicated in the memo is very, very specific. Their role is to ensure that we are consistently in a very, how can I put it, very objective way, understanding the function of behavior. And in order to identify what interventions we need to apply to support students during the school day. Our goal, if you notice, there's some things that are very specific on there, is to kind of change the scope of our work by implementing more therapeutic interventions that are intensive throughout the school day. So no longer are we looking to just send students other places. This is their place that they can get intensive therapeutic support in their home school.
All right, questions by any other board members? Okay.
So it sounds to me like there might be a corresponding savings that if we're not sending kids to other places and we're dealing with them here, that we may be saving money in a different place.
Absolutely, there definitely is the plan. And ultimately, our goal is to always retain our students here in our home school and in our community.
Do you, is this a situation where we're paying $78,000 or because there's an hourly rate here? Does that mean they're coming in as needed, or how does this work?
So the hourly rate pertains to the contractual rate. They go by their hourly rate and the length of time. So that's why that's included in there to specify how much does the agency charge for that particular specialist. And then what does that equate to totally for that over the contractual period. So from now to the end of May.
Yeah, so $78,000 is your max estimate of what that might really entail, based off your best guess right now. But you put that contingency in here as well, that if for some reason you escalate beyond that, you can pick up the rest of the IDEA grant funding. So
Yes.
it's all grant funded.
Yes, because we're starting with 3 days per week, but we may definitely quickly find that we may be increasing that to 5 days per week.
Any questions for anyone else?
Keeping them in the homeschool sounds like a great, great move.
All right, Carol, could you please call the roll?
Dr. Martari, I'm sorry, Mr. Martari. Jerry.
Me?
It was a combination of everybody. Mr. Martiri, please.
I will say yes, yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Mohan.
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes, thank you. Next, we have an MOU with SEIU local number 37 related to COVID-19 vaccinations and testing. I move to approve the memorandum of understanding between Oak Park River Forest High School District 200 and the Service Employees International Union local number 37. Is there a second?
Second.
I don't believe we have any additional conversation on this, so Gail, if you could please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Mohan.
Yes.
Mr. Martyri,
Yep.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and lastly, we have two settlement agreements. I move that the board approve and authorize the execution of the settlement agreement in the matter involving student A. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Dr. Mohan.
Yes.
Mr. Martyri,
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. All right, and our second settlement is with student B. So I move that the board approve and authorize the execution of the settlement agreement in the matter involving student B and further authorize the administration to approve and amend paragraph 3 of the agreement addressing re-enrollment as needed. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Mohan.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
Martyri,
You heard me. Yes.
Ralph?
Yep.
Ms. Harris, Mr. Costa.
Yeah.
And Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All right, everyone. Good night.
Night.
Right.
For your work today.
Thank you all.
It's a little easier to keep going.
Yes.